with mercy and grace. Those are not human beings, eh? Those are, they come in the morning. And when dawn comes, now we begin having visions, not just dreams, good visions. We are thinking of what can be done systematically to sort out our problems. We look at our policy frameworks that encourages renewable, clean, sustainable, available, affordable energy. And we mainstream it. We don't take it as a sideshow. We take it as a main thing to help us sort out energy situation. So we look at the policies, then we look at the legal frameworks that need to be put in place to ensure that we really push these things. They are locked in, and the regulators are put in place to make sure that this industry is well regulated. Because when you want to move forward, you must have regulations, you must have standards, you must have codes of practice. And then you must have institutions put in place to ensure these things move forward. Some of the ideas that are raised as we meet, as we talk, making sure this is just not a talk show, it's a workshop, so that what we talk about are things that can be implemented. And therefore, picking ideas, we are talking over breakfast, picking up small ideas, doing a research and coming up with innovations is, I think, what's missing in our part of the country. Because we keep on thinking of the former guys or the former colonizers or the former whatever to come and sort out our solutions. We have to take our heads out of our armpits and put them where they are and make sure they perform the functions from which God gave them to us. The head having eyes and ears and mouth is not only incidental, it's because it is being pushed so that you can see ahead, have a vision, smell your way out, hear, and do what is right. So you gave us a challenge that made my night very difficult, because you told us to go and think about clean energy and the future thereof. So that is what I came up with. Thank you.
I'm glad someone recorded that. My notes cannot do you justice, Jasper.
Okay, if you are recording me, let me give you a saying which you have never heard before. If you are in a rat race, you cannot afford catwalk.
If you're in a rat race, you cannot afford a catwalk. Other thoughts? So I think Jasper and Iman summed up the challenge we're facing. It's insurmountable, but we have no choice. So that leads me on to the next overnight assignment, which was, what have you seen? Jasper talks about our ability to innovate here in our own terms. What have you seen that starts to point towards solutions that are not necessarily the big projects, that aren't the major hydro plants? It's not the Grand Renaissance Dam, but it might be small, it might be very local, it might be one household at a time. What are you seeing that points to a different model from the one we'll see today at Olkaria? And I know all of you wander around. I know all of you come from someplace in this country. And I assume that things have not stood still. So What have you seen? If anything, or that you've noticed? Maybe it's there and you haven't noticed it. I might use my prerogative as facilitator and ask you, Paul, to describe, or I could read out your WhatsApp message to me, but maybe you can remember that.
I believe I'm loud enough. You can hear me. It's a cold morning and my voice is a little bit coarse. But I think just to answer what the question you've asked is, as much as we look at the grid, the big projects being an instant solution to the challenges, I think out of the struggles, people in small units, in household, in villages, in remote areas are finding other alternatives to power. So one evening I was traveling from lower West Pokot towards Kapenguria. It was early night. The moon was up, but on the slopes of Sigor, it actually created a dark background where I came to witness an increase in number of homes that are using the solar household systems. Literally, the dark, huge hills of Sigor were full with flickers. You could easily count the number of homesteads that are relying on these solar units. The market in Ortum operates for 24 hours. And the daylight agents are operating 24 hours. But against that backdrop, it raises more questions. I think I did a text to Barbara. Like what I'm witnessing is an increase in number of people who have solar units compared to maybe 5 years ago. And if that is the trend in the next 10 years, we may be seeing a lot more homesteads being lit using solar. Why am I mentioning this region? This region is prone to landslides. It's a tough terrain. So Kenya Power has not connected these villages in Sigor. But one thing raises, one point opens our thinking wider to a question that just asked yesterday. If people are going into solar because of it's the thing to do, or is it because it's the most convenient, affordable to them? I think that was the question. And when you look at mobile money, pay as you go systems, I think it has worked for solar. I'm not so conversant with how the M-gas is working, but look at what is affordable, what is easy to access. If I can get this rent to own a unit, okay, pay as you go as I utilize it, then it is better rather than waiting for the ambitious government projects that will bring me a meter to my building, but I cannot still pay for the basic charges. When we look at the economy and the situation, we are going for the minimums. We are repackaging sugars to the least 100 grams to 50 grams. We are repackaging cooking oil to the least units. We're also using electricity token in units. It's easy to pay 30 shillings a day with this rent to own unit, pay as you go, rather than wait and buy token from Kenya, wait for connection from Kenya Power. As much as we want to bring in the grid to connect the people to the grid, we are impatient of staying in the dark, of ending our days with the sunset. We are getting alternatives. But what makes these alternatives favorable to people is how easy is it to, maybe in terms of affordability and access. We are seeing a lot of financing going into these solar household systems, a lot of financing. That means many people can access this and it's affordable, rather than looking at solutions to come from the mega projects of geothermal, mega projects of hydros. Thank you. But just before I finish, because I think this should be a good moment to mention what we're looking at. How sustainable? I'm looking at the government today, and yesterday we mentioned that there is pressure based on the climate change and other issues. It could be regional, it could be global. How consistent will the government move in streamlining the energy sector? Because most of the times we look at corruption generally in a country in wholesale. But at times, have you taken time to consider the importance of energy and the impact on corruption of corruption on energy per se, how it affects? Because every time we have a change in fuel prices, the matatu stops, the mama mbogas complain, prices of literally everything is going up. Like you touch energy and you're touching us on a very sensible nerve. So the government is in a move to streamline issues of the energy. The making of Kenya Power Company to be a special government project is an initiative by this government today. And we're looking at when the state seems scared, at times the government may seem to work. Energy is one of these factors that is pushing state to act on the government. Anyway, that's debatable. Thank you.
So you're also questioning whether that focus of government will stay there.
Yes.
Yeah.
How sustainable is it?
Yeah.
Just to make it clear, at times when we have transitions, and those who have studied politics and government will understand that the state evolves. We've been having a lot of issues, particularly corruption, pricing on thermal. But if we are coming with the push, let's go green, they're also camouflaging to get into the green energy and dominate. So as much as we are pushing for green energy, running away from the ills that has affected other modes of production, how sure are we that they're not evolving, camouflaging, that they're pushing for green energy, and then they make dominance in terms of taking away the blocks, running the companies, because what we know, there is a lot of competition. For instance, for geothermal blocks in this country by private developers. Will this affect pricing in future if they are the key stakeholders? Yes, we are shutting down thermal plants. They're keenly looking at pricing based on the thermal plants. But how sure are we that the sustenance of controlling these prices will be retained when the capital holders will be running the green energy projects in this country?
So in effect, you're saying, is green going to be the new target of corruption?
Yes, that is it.
Yeah.
Mm.
We had
Are we just transitioning to green,
yeah.
or we are transitioning with people having other interests in green?
In our first Kenya Scenarios project, in a discussion like this, there's a question about why is this institution no longer being robbed by the corrupt powers? And somebody said, oh, they don't have to rob that one because they've got this new one over here. So we started talking about the migration of theft. Yeah. And in a sense, that's what you're saying. Other comments and other examples of energy that's not out of the big centralized grid projects, but it's the smaller, localized. Anything you've seen, anything you've done?
Can I add something?
Yeah.
I think around Mount Elgon area on the Ugandan side, they have done a mapping of the possibility of small micro hydros and pico hydros. Small ones of 200 megawatts up to 500 megawatts, even less. Some of these can actually be village run and can actually feed a very large portion of the population. I think in Kenya, I think Murang'a is leading on having a lot of small hydros Where the challenge is just actually to look at the safety standards and operational safety. Once those have been set out, I think this is the way to go if we can get back our forests and get back our small rivulets and streams back. When I was growing up, there used to be a lot of rivers with these small grinding mills using hydro. They would use it for grinding corn. I think it was an Indian technology that time. The same positions that were being used can actually be used to generate power to meet quite a lot of the needs of small villages. This way of just let go like that. But this is another way in which we can actually get very cheap power, because the issue is there's nothing we say villagers must use wood for cooking. Yeah. And burning sticks for lighting. They can actually use modern energy in a very efficient manner by using pico and micro generations. This is another thing we should go. And I think Uganda, I don't know how far they've gone with that initiative, but they mapped all the small hydros, especially around Mount Elgon area. We can do that around Mount Kenya, Kinangop, all those places which are catchment areas, water towers. Those streams that flow in those places can actually be used for power generation, with a focus on the village poverty reduction, a creation of a domestic wealth, all those kind of things. Thank you.
Fred.
Yeah, it's a comment building on what Jasper has said. And actually it's true. Of course, this story of Migiro Hydro has been told over and over again, but I think it's a nice story to tell because Migiro Small Hydro in Muranga is a gentleman who has been able to establish a small hydro to serve communities around Muranga, about 250 households without dependence on the government. It's a nice case to showcase. And also, I wanted also maybe to pitch this year and also to share. We have done 2 years ago, we did a study called People and Power, stories of small scale renewable energy entrepreneurs, which I will share now on WhatsApp group. And there are 11 cases of a decentralized small scale entrepreneurs sharing their stories, how they started, their challenges, how they finance their project. Yeah, and it's a good read if you want, but I'll share it on WhatsApp. Thank you.
So small scale energy entrepreneurs that are already developing these technologies in Kenya. Entrepreneurs should be a shorter word to write. Any other comments? Any other examples that you know of? Let me ask you this. How many people in this room have installed solar? One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and me in the US, 6, 7.
I claim for office.
Sorry?
I claim,
For the office? Let's claim for the office. That makes it 8. Martin? Your hand up, was that you've installed solar?
Yes.
So that's 9. So look, we're already making a change. 9 out of what? That's almost half of us. Yeah, Martin.
So I think the discussions we are having are quite, inciting in the sense that when I think of all the discussions we've had, the reasons as to why we are doing what we are doing, and the bigger picture of the energy transition and the end user, most of the end users, even including some of us who have those small macros that Jasper mentioned yesterday, and the solar installations that we have now, most of us don't want these grand projects. Some of us just want some light in our houses, or some light to help our families not go to bed with the sunset, or just something small to charge our phones at home, or to power our televisions. And I think there is a lot of power or impact in the small things that are being done. The small things are impactful. And sometimes when we are thinking about the energy transition, the big systems that need to be shifted, and the big climatic system, which is one of the reasons as to why we are concerned about the pathways that we have to adopt to clean energy, we might forget that the small actions are quite impactful. And I just wanted to highlight that we shouldn't lose the sense of self-efficacy when we are even thinking about these big problems or big challenges that we have to confront in the contemporary times. And if we value the impact of the small things, if each one of us really adopted that one small thing, eventually we would shift the system. Because even the problems we have now were not caused by a massive shift. It was just an incremental, small changes in our development or in our energy systems that have brought us where we are. And I do believe that even the small transitions, the small actions that we undertake as organizations, as households, as individuals are effective or are impactful, and we should not lose their value while we focus on the big transitions.
I think that makes sense. It's 9:15, which is after the hour I thought we'd start, not so? Are there any other comments, any other examples? I think just these few comments here.
Just the last one. I
Yes.
have two friends who are involved in the solar development, one in northern eastern province and the other one in western province. They go to a green field, an area where they think Kenya Power is not likely to reach in the near future. And they have a mini grid based on solar. And they run that and then they charge according to agreement with Ministry of Energy. And this is expanding very fast. And they'll continue doing that until finally Kenya Power reaches, that is electricity. But the challenge also is the coming up with the efficient wood use, because for some time our people will depend on biomass. And there are a lot of initiatives to make sure that that is encouraged. In the rural area, the challenge is actually three. One of them is light. The other one is heating for cooking. And the final one is the processing of their produce. Sometimes they produce a lot of maize, but that maize rots, they have aflatoxin and the maize is discarded. If they could have efficient drying based on solar or wind or whatever it is, and this becomes mainstream as a government policy for food security and health, I think this can make a lot of difference. Thank you.
But what and what Martin was saying, you're really starting with what is needed and what is possible, and building it from what people can afford and want to afford. And from Martin's perspective, that can shift an entire system that has been used to very big players. We'll see. I would like to believe that's true. And if nothing else, we'll learn a lot. And I think it's entirely possible. Otherwise, why would I invest in solar, you know? So where do we go next? I've lost my track. Let me get on to seeing what I can see. So, yeah. All right. That's not what I wanted. The wrong one. What are you doing?
Nothing. I just want to.
Just run people through the program.
So, good morning, everyone. So, thank you for the good comments that are coming in on the reflections that we had over the night. And to start today's program, we are going to be looking at our main topic for the retreat, which is pushing to the barriers to the uptake of renewable energy in Kenya. And to do this, we'll be having a few speakers coming in and tackling some of the barriers that we find in the policy making, in the market, in the financial barriers and the societal barriers. And to introduce the first speaker, who is Paul Mbudi. Paul Mbudi, just a minute. Paul Mbudi. Okay, sorry about that. Paul Mbudi is the Deputy Director at the Renewable Energy Department at the Ministry of Energy. He's a renewable energy specialist, and he'll be speaking to us about policy options for the removal of barriers to the uptake of renewable energy in Kenya. So, Mr. Paul Mbudi, you're welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I want, first of all, to appreciate the opportunity to make a few remarks, speaking about barriers. And of course, it would have been quite good if I was able to be there physically, but because of other engagements, I am not able to physically be present, but I will make a few remarks. But let me first of all start by asking the question, what barriers are we speaking about? Because policy needs to respond to clearly known barriers, and of course with a clear understanding of the nature and the extent of such barriers. And that is an important thing. So in responding to this first question, there are many informational barriers that we observe in Kenya. There is still a lot of lack of awareness. There are segments of our communities and our societies who still do not have sufficient information about available solutions in terms of energy services. And this is where I'm saying the first and the foremost, you look at what is the extent of that barrier, and therefore you try to formulate an intervention that will address that. Second barrier is the technological barriers. There are cases where the renewable energy solutions available are being constrained by technology operations and technology installations, operations and maintenance. These are, for example, if you're speaking about biogas, the number of biogas technicians available in the country are insufficient so far. And therefore, because of that huge gap in terms of that capacity, then many plants that have been done are often faced with the challenges and are not operating because of just simple technology barriers in terms of the skills to do the proper construction. And this is important. Even when you speak about the electrical services that Kenyans need, there are also barriers that are dealing with the technology because people are not very clear about how to ensure the appliances they are using are properly rated, and this is important. Another barrier is financial, and I'm just listing this so that I can then move to the next area of how do we use policy to deal with these barriers. The financials have to do with the supply side in terms of investors not having proper access or adequate access to finance, or even at the demand side where the consumers are not able to afford. So these are issues that policy needs to address. When you find that there are barriers regarding the supply side, if you look at the entire renewable energy value chain, it will tell you whether at what point these barriers are being observed. Then, of course, there are policy and the regulatory barriers. Policy is supposed to provide an enabling environment for...
Mr. Paul?
Yes, please.
Let me interrupt you a bit. Is it possible for you to turn on your video so that we can see you as you speak? A kind request.
In fact, you have not set it up yourself. I tried to turn it off now, turn it on. Now you can see me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So what I'm trying to say is there are policy and the regulatory barriers that are there because either the policies have not addressed certain parameters which need to be enabled. And so also regulatory in the sense that we need to provide a level playing field for the players so that those who would like to deliver these energy services are able to do so within a fairly equitable manner. And then the last one that I also want to speak about, which I alluded to, is really the issue of fiscal barriers. Because of taxation sometimes, consumers are unable to access certain energy services. And because of these fiscal barriers, these barriers actually relate to the affordability aspect. Because you're saying you need to facilitate a consumer who is a low income to be able to access certain energy services. So let me then go to the next consideration, and that is after looking at these different barriers, what is the approach in terms of policy? In policy formulation, we do thorough analysis of each of these barriers that maybe have been observed or have been reported by various stakeholders. And what happens is policy formulation is a participatory process. That means people that are stakeholding in the subject matter will be afforded an opportunity to speak to their perspectives on these issues so that the policy could be properly informed. So within Kenya, we already are having the National Energy Policy 2018. And this Energy Policy 2018 is a product of a consultative process. And the purpose of a policy is really, as I said, is to address these issues that are constraining the technology diffusion. And we are talking about a whole range of technologies. So if you're looking at the renewable energy, then you are talking at various aspects. If you are talking of solar, you're talking of wind, these are variable sources. And because of their variability, then the policy needs to address the issue of what happens when the resource is not available. And that is to say, we need to focus on the storage, and that is the batteries and any other form of storage that would be able to enable the consumers access the service at times when the resource is unavailable. And so as I speak, I need to indicate to you that the world is at a point of very transformative energy transitions because of technologies that are disrupting the way we've always done business. So we need to take into our thinking, even in policy, into the technology disruptions that are already in place. And one of those, I have spoken about storage. The big thing is, storage is now going to be a big thing. And I can tell you, in the next 10 years, a lot of business disruptions are going to be seen because of advances and convergence of technologies. You're talking about the digitalization. You're talking about the ICT. You're talking about all these technologies with the computing power that is increasing. We are likely to see a lot of disruptions, just like we have seen previously in the mobile phone technology. So these disruptions are there. So the policies are supposed to be kept abreast with these developments. And so the policy barriers that we are speaking about are the product of discussions that come when stakeholders are able to talk to each other. And so the government has a responsibility to engage with the stakeholders so that barriers can be properly defined, because if we are not able to define these barriers, then of course we will not be able to adequately address them. And so there are several other barriers. Of course, the other barriers that are, of course, excavated by the issues of poverty are to do with the affordability and then availability. We have solutions that are already in the market, but the supply side is not working. And so availability becomes a challenge. Like now we are speaking about cooking. And in clean cooking, we are now speaking, among other options, the LPG. But the LPG, the liquid petroleum gas, is not available everywhere in the country. And so you have infrastructure challenges in terms of how does policy now address that infrastructure which is required to deliver clean cooking services to the areas that are far off, particularly in the rural areas. And this is now where we are saying policies need to be picking issues, and they need to be live so that they can deal with issues as they emerge. I also need to point out that policy making is dynamic. So now we have policy, National Energy Policy 2018. A lot of things have happened since 2018. So we need now to review and check what else is there that requires the policy makers to focus on. And so we are now, of course, looking at the national energy policy with a view to revising it to make it amenable to the current challenges that are being experienced. Now, the final thing that I wanted to speak about is because policy is not spoken in isolation. It is also within the framework of the national and global processes. We are now talking about the Paris Agreement, where there are clear milestones that are required to ensure we keep global warming within the 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that is an important part of what should inform the energy policy, because energy is contributing to the climate change challenge. And because of that, policy needs to address that. And not only that, the issue of climate change impacting on the adaptation abilities of our people. How do we forecast the policy to ensure that it is enabling the consumers and the citizens to properly adapt to the changing climate? And this is where we are saying the issues of cooling are becoming very critical, because it's not heating alone. It's getting warm. Some areas need cooling. You need to preserve food. And these are energy important aspects that need to be considered in policy. And then the other thing, of course, is if we are going to be speaking about the Paris Agreement targets, as well as the net zero emission trajectories in the 2050s, then we need also to address the issue of efficiency as part of the elements that should contribute to a positive policy development. So in a nutshell, I have outlined a number of policy discussions that you can pick up, because I may not exhaust all of those. But the important thing is we as a government are having a responsibility of formulating policies to meet the changing demands and the changing needs. And we also do so by also ensuring that we can mobilize resources to be able to provide the financing gaps and affordability gaps, where we can then speak about the tax waivers that can be provided to enable consumers be able to meet some of these energy services. So in a nutshell, I think I have picked some of the salient issues which I thought would be of importance for your further discussion. And of course, I'll be happy to respond to any questions that may be arising, so that then I can be able to focus this discussion into the issues that you feel are so critical. I want to pause it there and look forward to any remarks that would come to prompt me to respond to some issues, if you may. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. And I'd like to take one point that you actually brought up, and that's the issue of actually defining these barriers and actually knowing what barriers we are working towards overcoming, and in relations mostly to affordability, accessibility, and affordability. And I would like to invite people in the room if you have any questions, any comments for Mr. Paul before he leaves. And also I'll put through Percy so that she can bring in the comments coming from the virtual participants. Questions, comments before? Yes, Jasper.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation. Just one question. You talked about technological challenges and the lack of adequately trained and competent personnel to handle some of these recommended new technologies. My question is, how are you linking this with the TVET section of your government to ensure that they adequately trained people to meet the targets that the Minister of Energy, or the directions that the Ministry of Energy thinks we should go? Because there must be a link between policy and institutional to make sure that things are moving ahead. Thank you.
Do I respond, or do I wait for further question?
We can have another question and then you can respond to two. Fred.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Paul, and also for sharing what the ministry is doing. My name is Frederick Njau, working with Heinrich Ball Foundation. Mine, I think it's a comment, or else asking a comment from you in regards to, I know the question of energy, sometimes it cuts across various ministries, whether it's Minister of Finance because of taxation, whether it's Minister of Environment because either there are matters involved around there. And my question is, seeking your views in terms of how the coordination is done as far as the policy work is concerned to avoid incoherence in terms of how different departments, different ministries are working together. Because one of the issues that have been raised, especially, is in the sides of taxation, and whether the ministry works as a lobby for renewable energy entrepreneurs when the Ministry of Finance, charges exorbitant tax. So maybe an explanation in terms of how that coordination happens. Thank you.
You can go ahead and address those ones as we get others later.
Thank you very much for the questions and the comments. Let me start from the technological challenges. And the issue is, how is the ministry linking up with the TVET institutions so that there is a clear link? And this is extremely important. Yes, we do that. In fact, we are operating 16 energy centers. And these energy centers, we have technicians or artisans who have been trained, and many of these we sent them to TVET institutions for skill upgrading, for skill training. So there is very clear linkage between the ministry and the TVET institutions so that the necessary skills are imparted on our technicians to be able to support the technology diffusions within the rural areas. And this is particularly when you're dealing with the energy centers. So there is a very clear link, and we work together. In fact, as I speak, there is a big proposal that has been provided by some of our colleagues, because we want to do a full-fledged training program that is targeting to upscale the skills that our people have, and also to be able to cross-check what are the other challenges that need to be dealt with within that framework of technology. So yes, there is a strong collaboration that is already existing, and it is being strengthened with the time. Coming to Frederick's comment and question, let me first of all say that the energy nexus are very critical, because energy is not an end in itself. Energy is an enabler. So every sector requires energy for different uses. So the nexus between energy, health, for instance, is a very strong nexus, because energy use, because we are dependent on biomass for cooking, and the use of biomass results to negative health impacts. And so we are working with the Ministry of Health and other partners in that space to be able to enable us discuss the interlinkages and interfacing, what we need to do in terms of strategy to be able to minimize the negative impacts from this issue of health. Looking at it also from the other nexuses, you talk about education, and we are doing electrification of schools. The idea is we need to facilitate learning so that students can be able to learn with ease, and of course, longer hours and in a clean way. So that nexus issue, whether you're talking about agriculture, because you see, we need irrigation. And increasingly, because of the climate change, the rain-fed agriculture scenario is slowly fading away. And therefore, the issue of irrigation becomes very important. So now for us to ensure coherence, it is very critical that this coordination is there. We have an interministerial committee that addresses some of these issues, and some of these interministerial committees are also thematic. They could be interministerial committee that is dealing with the biofuel, for instance. There could be an interministerial committee that is dealing with the issue of taxation. And you rightly say, ideally, the Ministry of Energy is not supposed to be a lobby to the National Treasury, because we belong together. In fact, the left hand and the right hand need to know what each is doing. But because sometimes there are challenges, there are challenges that are there, then you realize that the issue of this taxation, is a challenge to the National Treasury because they are looking at optimizing revenues which they require to support government programs. And on the other hand, the tax waivers are trying to take away some of the taxation or the revenues that are required. So that balancing is really where the issue is. And I think increasingly when we have seen policies that seem to be contradicting, we've raised these matters. And there is now a process that is ongoing to see how we can harmonize the policy decisions so that energy does not say we need a waiver here and the National Treasury feels it is not warranted. These are things that require to be talked together, and that is what is happening. So the ministry, of course, we have a burden to ensure consumers can be able to afford. And because of that, we keep interacting with other stakeholders, civil society and others to put through this issue that the National Treasury and whoever else is involved needs to understand the nature and extent of what these waivers may mean. My last point on this is, the tax waivers do not necessarily result to revenue losses because the multiplier benefit of more people adopting has other ways to compensate for any revenue declines that one would have thought about. So for example, if you are talking about clean cooking, if you waive the access to clean cooking devices, then the numbers which are adopted may even contribute bigger revenues than what would have otherwise been lost by simply providing that tax. And the issue is, do we provide this justification and do people understand the extent of these challenges? This is an ongoing exercise. It is a difficult thing, I may say, because if you sit where the National Treasury sits to plan and ensure resources are available for all government programs, then you realize that's where the challenge would be. Thank you very much. Let me pause it there.
Thank you. Percy, are there any comments coming in from the virtual audience or questions?
None at the moment, but thank you so much. Loving the discussions, and I really hope that Mr. Paul will be staying for the rest of the virtual sessions today and tomorrow. So please do not go.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one more question from the room and then we let Mr. Paul go. Yes, Iman.
Thank you for your clarification on training and coordination. I'd like to redirect you to the implementation angle. Kenya's policy framework and the legislative framework is known for being progressive and responsive to the challenges that we face as a country. And you mentioned that policy has to be dynamic to respond to the needs of its people. So maybe the question I would like to pose to you would be, how do we prevent ourselves from falling into the same pitfalls of formulating policy after policy and statute after statute that never see the light of day? They just are papers in, the hallways of the legislative bodies, and they don't become implemented. How do we prevent ourselves from falling into these pitfalls with the new and imagined energy policies that would solve the barriers that you spoke about?
Thank you very much. Do I proceed to respond?
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me first of all say your concern is also real, because in the past we have seen cases where policies after policies are formulated and very little in terms of their implementation. But in the recent times, I think I would say there has been a concerted effort to provide clear milestones of what the policy implementation must look like. So for example, the national energy policy, we have prepared the strategies that enable the policy implementation. So we have the national electrification strategy, we have a national bioenergy strategy, and we have an energy efficiency and conservation strategy. And each of these have clear action plans. And these are also controlled within the what we call the performance contracting process. Even though performance contracting is not as robust as it was some years back, it is still something that is being used to appraise a progress that is being made. So yes, there has been a renewed vigor in terms of ensuring that policies are not just instruments that are kept to the shelves, but they find their way into resolving the issues that they were meant to. Now, my last point on it is, again, policies have been formulated to address critical problems. And these problems are the ones which drive the need to implement the policies. So for example, when you're talking about renewable energy uptake, the first thing was we prepared a feed-in tariff policy to facilitate the private sector to invest in renewable energy. And using this process, we have clear milestones in terms of capacities that are supposed to be increasing. And so we ensure the share of renewables in the total mix will be increasing over time. And this is what has been. So I would say for the energy sector, by and large, majority of the policy objectives are being followed through. And we think that they are enabling us address the very challenges that they were set to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I see the need to continue this conversation by bringing in the stakeholders, all the stakeholders that needs to be in a room so that we can actually have solutions towards the uptake, the barriers towards the barriers to the uptake of renewable energy. Thank you so much, Mr. Mbudi, for gracing our occasion and for the contribution that you have had. And we will continue this conversation on a later date as you continue. Okay, one more question so that we can move on to the next.
Sorry for disrupting.
Just
I also want to say thank you, Mr. Paul, for the questions. Mine is just for the presentation. Mine is just a quick question on the energy compact, because there was that high-level energy dialogue in September that the UN convened, and Kenya submitted an energy compact on clean cooking. My question is kind of a structural question. So which arm of the Ministry of Energy would operationalize the targets for that energy compact on clean cooking? And should there be a clean cooking department under the Ministry of Energy so that it's a dedicated priority under the government? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And it's good you mentioned the energy compact. I happen to be the one coordinating that process. And I can confirm to you that we've already prepared an action plan to implement the proposals that are contained in the compact. We, as a ministry, affirm that clean cooking must now be given a high priority. And that means every effort, and we have talked at the highest level, you may know that this issue of the energy compact went up to the head of state, because the presentation of that compact during the high-level dialogue on energy was not done by anybody else other than the president of Kenya. And therefore, cascading the effect is we must be able to implement the targets which we set. And so we have been able to prepare a detailed action plan. And that action plan now is indicating who is doing what role. Now, as to the other aspect that you're talking about in terms of institutional structuring, there may not be need to have a dedicated department. We have a bioenergy department already, and that bioenergy department is well staffed with a director. And one of the key deliverables of that bioenergy department in the ministry is to address the issue of clean cooking. And so we have approached this in a very broad sense, because we are not just looking at the biomass related cooking. We are actually trying to think about the transition from the dependence on the solid biomass fuels to cleaner forms. And you have seen, we have mobilized a lot of actions, even in the private sector. And now you can see ethanol is gaining traction, because you can see the cocoa network are working very hard. You have seen electric cooking is also gaining a lot of traction, because Kenya Power has taken a department within itself to run with the electric cooking. And so we have a coordinating role to ensure that private sector delivers on this. Very soon, we are going to be speaking about the public institutions that are using biomass being transitioned to non-biomass use. And that will be the kind of a game changer in that sense, because it means public schools, hospitals, prisons, and all other public institutions are going to be assisted to transition from use of biomass to other forms. These other forms, of course, are not prescribed, but one will have to look at what is least cost and what is best fit for a given context. And that will be very, very important. So as you look at it then, we are committed to ensuring the energy compact, which is an expression of government commitment, is implemented to the latter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want us to end this session, and as we go to the next one, thank you very much, Mr. Paul. I want to invite Barbara to give us an assignment. We are supposed to do an assignment as we listen into this conversation. So Barbara, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Emily. When we were working last night, we were trying to figure out how to handle today, because we have a big dump of information today. We have a lot of people talking, presenting. We have talks on policy barriers, market barriers, and social barriers. Our person in finance couldn't make it. So we have those three barriers, and then we have some people in the latter half of the morning who have won the prizes, the essay prize, the essay competition. So they're going to be presenting their ideas as well. So what I was hoping you would do while listening to everybody was to think about Iman's question. How do these barriers interact? It's not just each one on its own, but how do they influence each other? And given the way they interact and influence each other, where is the most effective place to intervene? What are the most effective interventions, given that these things do not stand alone? So that's the assignment, and I was hoping we'd have a chance to start that discussion in small groups after all the speakers, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. So that will be part of the assignment for later today or tomorrow. And then this afternoon, we'll go out and we'll look at one big investment, which is the Olkaria geothermal plant. So it's also looking at that big investment in the context of these barriers, as well as the small things that we were hearing about this morning. What's the interaction of this? How is this all going to work towards a major energy transition? So it's looking at the interactions, thinking about them, and afterwards I'd like you to try and diagram all of that and find the spot, a few spots where it's most effective to intervene. So that's the notion. And if you just keep that in mind, I'd be grateful. And I'll turn it over to Emily to introduce the remaining speakers. And I think we're planning to have a tea break after the next two. Is that right?
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is in the room, is Eddie Kite. He's a young man from Kisumu County, and he'll be speaking on the market barriers in the private sector context. Welcome, Eddie.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here. My name is Edikite or Edikite from Kisumu. I work with the Center for Innovation for Sustainable Technology, CIST East Africa. Our primary objective as CIST is to promote access to clean, affordable, and sustainable energy. So we manufacture second generation ethanol cooking fuel, which we blend and we stabilize for household cooking. It is a startup company, and maybe with time we'll grow to increase the impact in the region, in the country, and in the entire continent. So I always start with numbers. When you identify a problem that you want to solve, I always start with numbers. And as you can see in the screen over there, cooking, clean cooking is a topic of discussion in almost every energy forums in the country. It is a very critical topic that we must address, because clearly, as we state now, as the current situation as it's on the board there, around 5.2 million households still use wood fuel. Yeah. 5.2 million people still use wood fuel for cooking, and 3.3 million use charcoal, 1.8 use kerosene. Like the statistics there clearly shows that majority of Kenyans still rely on biomass energy for cooking, and a good number also still depends on paraffin, which is a fossil fuel based, and just 1.4 million uses small energy. This is according to statistics for 2018. Now, every choice you make has a consequence. And as a result of whichever mode of technology you are going to use for cooking, there are repercussions. Like we have close to 20,000 deaths reported annually as a result of indoor pollution. This is attributed to the choice of cooking that we take, that we use, the carbon that we inhale as a result of cooking. We are cutting down trees to meet our energy demands. We know the critical point, the critical role trees play in the fight against climate change. But before we start blaming people where they are cutting trees for cooking, let's ask ourselves as the energy people, are we giving them the alternative? Are we providing them the alternative so that they stop cutting trees and adopt other technologies? And also we see that in the cooking sector, the biggest gender that are affected here are women and girls. So they spend a lot of time looking for firewood. These are times that could rather be channeled to do some productive work. And it is also a question to do with gender and energy. Okay. So when you look at our statistics there, we look at the carbon emission factor. We know the issue of climate change is an issue now. Everything is affected, be it agricultural, be it everywhere, production, everything. And we still need that part from energy people to give us alternative, clean, and I always focus on the sustainable one, because it might be clean, but it might not be sustainable. So as long as we're looking for clean energy, we promote clean cooking, we have to look at the sustainability aspect of the energy that we want.
Apologies for the technical challenges. We'll be back in a few.
Oh, can I continue with the presentation? Because I'm the one who did it, so I have it here.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay, as a startup technology, I'm here to discuss the barriers that we face to increase, or maybe to increase the impact or uptake of biofuel as a cooking technology in the region, in Kisumu, in Siaya, in Kakamega, because not many of you know, but we are not doing this in Kisumu alone. We are trying to reach the Western region market. Currently, we are doing some promotional activities in Busia and in Bungoma. And the other day I was having discussions with the Percy, and he was asking me about the demand of biofuel. And trust me, you and Mr. Maina will confirm this, that the demand for biofuel is increasing, and we are not able to meet that demand. Recently, we received, which we've been receiving anyway, some requests from Cocoa Network. Remember, Cocoa is just a distributing network. They are not producing. The energy or the ethanol that Cocoa is producing, they are either importing from India or Brazil. Is importing from India or Brazil. And here we have a startup organization in Kenya who has the expertise, who has the technology to produce the same commodity that they are importing from Brazil, but is not able to meet the demand. So, of course, after identifying the problem, looking at the cooking technologies that are there, our business, which started as an innovation, it just started like a classroom experiment. But we are glad that today we are doing it at industrial scale, even though it's still small. So we are basically have a technology that converts cellulose material into cooking technology. Our primary raw material is the water hyacinth. I know it's a point where you'll ask me about the sustainability of raw material, but we started with the water hyacinth as raw material. So we developed a technology that converts the invasive species of water hyacinth in Lake Victoria into clean cooking technology, which is very clean, no soot, no particulate. And we are glad that it is there in the market.
When you click once and then wait.
Oh.
The slide will move.
Oh, so I'm faster than there. Okay.
Okay, patient.
Okay. So I was talking about the market size. As you can look in your screen there, we have a very huge market for our product. But the issue is, can we meet the demand? What are the challenges that we're facing? Why are we not supplying this to the people that need it? Of course, when you're going into business, you have to look at your competitors. You look at what are they offering. You're coming with this. What differently are you going to do? What impact? What are you going to? How clean? How affordable? How sustainable is the technology? Now, this is the big elephant in the room. The challenges. What I'm here to categorically speak about. The big challenge that we have as innovators or as small startup company is the resources. To be specific, is the financial resources. We have the product, we have the technology, we have the expertise to do it. But as a startup company, do we have the resources? And what are we really doing to get the resources? How are other energy players in the sector in the country helping us grow as a company? It is a big challenge. And I think in this forum and with our online audience, this is a topic of discussion. This is not only a challenge that is facing only CISP only. This is a very This is a challenge that is facing almost every startup organization in the entire country. And also, we also have to look at we are competing with LPGs, kerosene. Kerosene has a very, very good network, even at the village center. You go there, you'll find paraffin. Why? Because this is something that our customers identify with. So we have that challenge of trying to shift the behavioral change. We are going to tell the customers that we have this thing in the market. How are you going to shift their change, their behavior towards adopting whatever new you are bringing into them? That is connected with the distribution channels that we have. We still don't have proper regulations and policies on how to move our products, because there are regulations, there are maximum amount of biofuel you are supposed to transport from one place with specific transportation and storage capacities, which is very, very capital intensive, and it's a barrier to startup organizations, or it's a barrier to this product getting to the people and creating the intended impact. And also, what dominated our discussion yesterday, the information. A lot of people doesn't know that this product exists. If you look at them, because depending on the audience, how we blend or we color our product, somebody will ask you, why are you cooking with spirit? Or somebody will ask you, which soap is this? Because you want to blend it. You all know that ethanol is colorless. So if you take it there and it smells so nice, by the way, it's an alcohol, literally. So it smells so nice, some people will drink it. So for you to avoid that, you have to do some colorization. You put a color on it, it looks like spirit. Somebody asks you, why are you cooking in spirit? You're trying to explain to them, this is not a spirit. They'll still have a lot of questions chopping up. So our people lack that awareness of the existence of such kind of products in the market. And I think it's a barrier, and it's something that as the reference group, we should make the information available there. Now, because we are reference, let them know through us and through whatever that we do, that this product is there and it can solve their situation. The product is very, let me say, economic. It's friendly, because trust, 1 liter of ethanol fuel you can cook for 3 to 4 days, depending on what you're cooking. And remember, if you're using charcoal and you're a family of 5, if you buy 1 tin, you'll cook it 1 day, 1 meal. If you pick up ugali and you do your nyama and all that, tomorrow you're going to the market to buy charcoal. And what does that cook? More trees are going to be cut down, and our environment is degraded in the process. So the last slide, since I'm the one who did it again, it's just general information about the organization, but I'm here to discuss about the barriers. So if I'm asking, I now take the mic to the audience, both virtual and in person, if there's any questions or query that I may address, kindly feel welcome. Thank you.
You mentioned one of the challenges was importing of these fuels from other countries instead of supporting local entrepreneurship. And Mr. Mbusi just had a presentation about how policy can be used to support the energy space in Kenya. So what policy formulations do you think would be most useful in preventing the flooding of the market with imported fuels as opposed to the local entrepreneurships being supported and being promoted?
Okay, before I even start talking about that policy first, even if the policies are favorable to the local manufacturer, they don't have the capacity to meet the market. So you are producing, the policies are favoring you, but you cannot meet the local market. You cannot meet the demand. They'll still want the product and they still import it. Either way, I'm happy with the Kenyan government because there are no VAT taxation on ethanol or biofuels. So that is a very good policy that is that is favoring the manufacturers and all that. And we have to also acknowledge the fact that ethanol cooking in Kenya is not well established. It's something that is still now, it's now starting picking up. So there's not much policy, but the government so far has done so good in terms of policy, because I think it's one of the few areas that there are a lot of taxation that to help the manufacturers or the startup organizations to upscale their production and maybe increase the impact. I don't know if I've answered you. Thank you. Any other concern?
Thank you for that brilliant presentation. The previous speaker highlighted a number of barriers, which include informational, technological, financial, policy, and regulatory. You have highlighted some of these also, including financial, stiff competition, and so on and so forth. Now, I'm just wondering if you were to talk about these, you have also highlighted the informational barriers about people not being aware of this particular product. So this is on the consumer side. Now, for you as an entrepreneur, for you as a startup company, what are the informational barriers for you with regards either to the market, either to the demand, either to whatever other informational challenges? I know some startups have a problem with accessing the data that they need to either do their products or to develop a marketing strategy for themselves. The second point is addressing the financial resources gap. I do not know, have you accessed any support from the government of Kenya or from any other partner with, to help address this financial gap or challenge? Because I know yesterday we talked about the influx of financing into the renewable energy. Is this reaching you, or it's something we are talking from a very high level? Thank you.
Okay, let me start by asking the last question before I go to the second one. So is the financial resource any support? Like I started saying about that this project or this company began as a classroom experiment. So it started like we were demonstrating at a school setup in a school laboratory. So water highest and then this science and engineering fair. So as students, you do it because you have that urge that let's go for funkies and let's go for science congress and get certificate and all that. But again, we went that journey up to the national level, and luckily we caught the attention of National Environmental Trust Fund, the NET Fund, and they took our technology in for incubation. And since then, they've walked a journey with us. They've supported us. Actually, it is from Net Fund mentorship and capacity building that we saw that this thing can be a viable business opportunity and can create change. So we shifted our mind from classroom, from laboratory, from experiment to business perspective. Yes, so there are some government institutions like Net Fund who have been working with us. They helped us capacity build, and maybe let me say the first machinery set that we had was from Net Fund, and also Kenya National Innovation Agency, Kenya. They also supported in our, because our first industrial setup, we were producing like 100 liters per day. These are from local fabrication. With our background in engineering and energy stuff, we fabricated machines that we just drew and took to a local fabricator. So we were producing, but with not so quality of machinery. So luckily, we also through Net Fund referred that to the National Kenya, which also gave us some money for some machinery. And from there, we upgraded from producing 1 liters per day, and currently we are producing around 300 liters per day, and maybe in the next 1 or 2 months we'll be producing around 12 to 50 liters per day. So I can say that the government through parastatals or through institutions have been helping, and that is how we also even need to do the market research to tell people that this product exists and now to increase the demand, because I can tell you that the first people who we did the market social experimental with are our repeated customers. These are the people who are spreading the message. So I think on that side, they're really trying, but it is never enough, as we all know. We want to go big. We need even if people, private investors who are interested in us, we can come in and invest in the organization, and let us also increase the impact in that side. And again, if I talk on the information barriers, of course, there's technology refinement every day. We need to produce products which are to the market standard, international standards. So I think more research is doing. That is why we are collaborating with institutions like Maseno University, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, to also bridge the gap on information and ensure we keep up to date with the modern technologies to produce good products for the market.
We
we are running late, and we would like to take more questions, but because of time and the agenda that we have for today, even in the room, you have access to Dikita, and you can always ask him your questions, and you can access him. For the virtual audience, you can send in your questions, and then we can have Eddie reply to your questions. So we want to break for tea so that we can come back for another. So we want to break for tea, and then we can come back for another presentation, and then we do our exercise. So we are taking a 15-minute break. So we'll be back by 10:35.
Who has a clock that's accurate? 10:15, 10:30?
10:30, yeah.
31.
Well, aim for 10:30.
For accuracy, 31, okay. Okay then, 15 minutes break so that we don't waste a lot of time, and then we can come back.
Yeah, grab your coffee and come back.
For the virtual audience, we are still here, so please don't run away. And just as we take a small break and you grab your tea as well from home or from your office, I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Ali Hersey. He was the former associate director at SID, and we really started the Energy Futures journey together. So, sir, welcome, and just sending our regards to you. Thank you. See you after the break. Hello, everybody. I'm also reminded to let you know that we are continuing and also taking the conversation to our socials. So on Twitter, we're tweeting under the hashtag Energy Futures East Africa, so Energy Futures EA. So to join, there are some very important insights, quotes, data that are being posted there. Interact there as well as you're on the break, and also follow at Seed East Africa and at HBS Nairobi. and also each other on the socials as we continue interacting there. Thanks and enjoy your tea.
We don't have to.
Ni mouse. Oh. No, I don't need it.
Jalondo kasoro jalonte ni de mango oyara duba kono uba fofana to kasoro fanante ni de mango oyara duba kono uba fo yatime kasoro yatimante kana baga walide ma ama vengila kana baga falatoma ama ni kana paga yatimema ama ni ganna paga falato ma ama vengila son 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 wa son 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 wa son 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 wa son 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 wa
مالك ماك جدي انت يا ود البلد مالك ماك جدي تعالوا شوف تعالوا شوف جاتك في الإجازة تعالوا شوف جاتك في الإجازة وتدخل الفرح قلبي بعد ما كان رهابي ذبح لي حقيقي ما هو حلما في منامي ما هو حلما في منامي لا شكيت أنا لا مليت لفراقي لا شكيت أنا لا مليت لفراقي كتر علي همي يزال عذابي كتر علي همي وزال عذابي ومن جور الزمان فرقني من أهلي وصحابي من جور الزمان فرقني من أهلي وصحابي أهلي وصحابي وجلسة وأحباي ضرب عند السواقي وجلسة وأحباي ضرب عند السواقي تسقي النخيل في البوادي 200 تدور تسقي النخيل في البوادي وصوت خرير المويه مع العصافير تغني صوت خرير المويه مع العصافير تغني هلال ونست الضحاوية والقهوة والشاي هلال ونست الضحاوية والقهوة والشاي مع الجيران وناس فلان وفلان قال لي مع الجيران وناس فلان وفلان قال لي يا الله لمتين الرجعة لمتين الرجعة لمتين الرجعة لمتين لمتين الرجعة لمتين لمتين الرجعة لمتين
Hoping you've taken your tea. Okay, you can sit and as you're listening, you can still sip on your tea as you're going. So we are continuing with our agenda, and the next speaker we are going to invite is Maimuna Kabutesi. Maimuna Kabutesi is, just a minute. You can come up and give your presentation. Sorry, have you taken? I'm hoping you've taken your tea. Yeah. So Maimuna Kabutesi is the country engagement manager Voices of Climate Action at Humanist Institute for Cooperation with Developing Countries, that is HIVOS, East Africa, and she'll be tackling the issue of societal barriers in the civil society aspect of energy. Welcome, Maimuna.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing fine. And I'm sorry I did not make it for the morning session from the beginning. I had some delays in Nairobi, but from what I heard from the speaker, Paul Mbudi, and then from Eddie, I feel like I missed quite a substantive discussion. But I'm looking forward to still continuing with those, not only from what I will talk about, but also just what will go on, and of course, going into the field trip. So as Emily said, I'm Maimuna Kabatesi. I work at HIVOS. I'm the country engagement manager for the Voices for Just Climate Action program. Previously, I was the project manager for the Green and Inclusive Energy program, which was, both of these are lobby and advocacy programs where we focus on trying to influence government policies, trying to influence financing, trying to influence practices around renewable energy, and now in the latest project, both renewable energy and climate action. So I'll just be giving a few notes, maybe with some experiences that I've had as an energy practitioner. And this is about the role of civil society in addressing barriers to the uptake of renewable energy. So basically the places where for us as civil society, where we can come in and help to stimulate this sector or to grow this sector beyond what the progress that we've seen so far. Firstly, when I start to talk, I always realize when I join sessions where maybe government is present or private sector or multilateral development banks, there is a tendency to think of civil society as a monolith, like civil society is only one kind of thing and we'll all do the same kind of actions and we can all respond to societal issues or developmental issues in the same way. And I think it's important for me to just mention that when it comes to civil society, there's such a huge spread, it's really diverse. And so, of course, not every single kind of civil society organization will be able to do all the activities or actions that can be taken. But I think in the end, when this is understood by maybe we can say those who have the power, that they'll be able to actually pivot their responses better and understand how to really leverage on the networks that civil society has, on the experiences that civil society has, on the knowledge that civil society has. So I just wanted to clarify that, because when you look at civil society, like a grassroots organization is not working in the same way as a lobby and advocacy national network, which is not working the same way as an INGO, which maybe works at the regional level or at the global level. And all of these roles are equally valid and equally important. I think when I think about some of the roles that civil society can play, I'll just go through them a little bit and talk from my experience. I think the first where civil society can really come in is around awareness raising and information sharing, especially when it comes to working with communities, working with citizens. We heard even from the last speaker from Eddie that sometimes consumers or citizens, they just don't know about the existence of some technologies, or they don't know where to purchase these technologies. And civil society really has roots at that community level. A lot of civil society, due to the nature of how they work and how they're funded, are actually based in or are even representatives of those communities. So when you're looking to create this demand and to create this change in how people perceive renewable energy, civil society can really play a key role at that level, because they are there and they're there constantly, I think the other important thing is that when it comes to things like behavioral change, in how people maybe perceive or will uptake, I think we've all had the stories of how households can get like free cook stoves and use them for a couple of months and then just stop and go back to the 3-stone fire or to their regular jiko. I think civil society can play, especially when supported, can play a huge role in making sure that people understand why is it that households are not taking this up? What is it that doesn't work for households about this? And of course, there's always various factors. It's not the same everywhere. And again, I think when you come to, let's say, government or private sector, they might not be able to go to every single household or every single village to really understand what are the barriers. Why, even when the technology is deployed, are people not taking it up? But I think civil society, when used well, can actually really play that key role in understanding. And then, of course, when it comes to behavioral change campaigns, I talk about this a lot. We always have this feeling that, to change how people perceive, let's say when it comes to energy, thinking about, maybe stopping to use firewood or charcoal and switch to clean sources of cooking. Sometimes people feel like it should be logical. That's the logical option, so why not? But there is a lot of different factors for why people make the cooking choices that they do. And to create that change is not just a matter of presenting another option and saying this is better. There has to be that long-term behavioral change campaign. And I think civil society can really play a key role again at that level. I came in when Paul was talking, Paul Ngudi from the Ministry of Energy was talking about some of the factors, but I know that he really talked a lot about policy. So I also just wanted to share that because I know that civil society, in terms of pushing policy in Kenya towards making it more open to renewables, more gender aware, more recognizing of clean cooking, I know that civil society, we have played a really key role at that space. For a long time, I think there was a kind of, let me say, an attitude that in order to develop, we needed to focus and have energy policies at the national level that would really focus on how do we just push electrification? How do we make sure that we're using the resources that we have? I think at that point, oil had recently been discovered in Turkana, or at least announced. And there was a big push towards that. And civil society, we did a lot of pushing back on that to bring the focus back on renewable energy and specifically on clean cooking. And this was a journey of years. It wasn't a journey of like 1 or 2 meetings. It was a lot of influencing, a lot of meetings behind doors, a lot of collaboration together as civil society to see how can we get an energy policy, then an act that is actually representative of people's needs, especially when it comes to responding to the different gender needs. Again, when it comes to policy, Kenya, of course, we have devolution. So we know at the county level that there's a lot of opportunity. For many years, it's civil society who has been going down to that county level to see how can we support counties to develop their own renewable energy policies, which again would support the implementation of renewable energy projects. Supporting, let's say, in terms of maybe some of the capacity gaps at county level, and supporting public participation and meaningful public participation. I think for civil society, for us, it has been critical that when citizens are being approached to, let's say, discuss or pass on a policy, that it isn't just a sitting and ticking box exercise. It's important that the engagement is meaningful, that citizens actually understand what is this policy that we're talking about. And I know that for HIVOS, we have done that a lot, but I know that we are not, by far, not the only civil society organization that really works at that level. Of course, again, when it comes to policy, there's that transparency and accountability factor. And civil society is supposed to be the kind of, one of the pillars of a healthy governance system is one where civil society is able to address those needs. So able to look at the policy and say, this is what was written, is this what is being implemented? Sometimes we have very good policies on paper, but is the implementation matching what's written on that? Are the projects and the financing responsive to what was identified as the priorities of maybe whether it's Kenya or the county when it comes to implementation? The other thing, of course, is that related closely is that, of course, civil society also carries out implementation of projects. It's not just the policy aspect or the lobby and advocacy aspect where civil society is engaged. A lot of civil society receives funding to carry out projects implementing or reaching out on, let's say, clean cook stoves, on biogas, other technologies, even when it comes to production, so like the clean cooking fuels. And this is funding that's designated specifically for civil society, and they can also play that role, I think, especially when coordinated well, to link up and stimulate markets, which will lead to clean cooking being taken up more at that scale. Of course, with all this, with clean cooking, we know that clean cooking is not receiving the amount of finance it should be, not at national level, not at regional level, definitely not at global level. Unlocking finance, I think, is a space where civil society has been creating such a push for this over the years. And for those in civil society, I think it's easy now to be like, oh, at least we're receiving some funds, but I'm sure some of us can recall a time when clean cooking was not on anybody's minds at all. I've been in discussions with donors, representatives from countries who are basically like, clean cooking isn't that important. For us, we're focusing on electrification. This, of course, is probably, I'm looking at around maybe 6 or 7 years ago. I don't think you would actually talk to a donor today and hear the same thing, but that creating that change in attitude and unlocking that finance has been a journey, and civil society has played such a key role in that. And I wanted to share just a little bit about what HIVOS has done there. And again, I'm talking about HIVOS because I work in HIVOS. This is my personal experience, but very many civil society organizations have been collaborating and influencing and doing this work together to get us to where we are, even though there's still a ways to go. I think we should look back and be proud. So for HIVOS, we realized at one time that in order to unlock finance, we needed to have that political will, that push, that people are actually saying clean cooking is important, but that needs leaders. It needs the political power, right? The leverage. Civil society had been talking about this for years, but we weren't seeing the changes as fast as we wanted. So at HIVOS, we created a high-level coalition of leaders for clean cooking. The reason for this I've just explained, but we were working on it as HIVOS together with Energia, and really one of the people who was most instrumental in this was Honorable Kande Yumkela. Some of you might have heard of him. He used to head Sustainable Energy for All. And we were talking to heads of state and or representatives from various countries. We wanted a lot of African countries on this. So we were in Kenya, we were talking to Ethiopia, we were in Sierra Leone, among many others. We were also looking at Nepal. Well, then of course, we were looking at the countries where the funding would come from. So Norway, Germany, the Netherlands. And we wanted to create this coalition because we wanted the demand to actually come from the political leaders. If a president stands somewhere and says clean cooking is important, then the money will follow. And for HIVOS, we are proud to say that actually this coalition was kind of backed up by a few emerging movements. So the Health and Energy Platform for Action by the WHO came out and decided to also support the work that the coalition was doing. And also the Clean Cooking Fund of the World Bank was also going to support the political work that the coalition was doing. So this is just one of the things that we've done. But apart from that, we were also really active in the SDG 7 working groups at the time when they decided to see how do we get SDG 7 deployed and really responsive. So HIVOS and Energia were really active at those levels, drafting working papers, supporting the involvement of governments, especially the government of Kenya and the government of Nepal, who are our key partners in all of this. So we just wanted to say that civil society is important, but we wanted to have that political will behind it. Apart from that, we've also been working on influencing Africa Development Bank. So we would do that through engaging with them when there is, for instance, the African Development Bank Civil Society Forum in Abidjan. We would also engage with them through our head office. And again, it's not to say that it's only HIVOS, but then at some point you would also hear the AFDB starting to talk about clean cooking and thinking about how can they have financing that actually will respond to clean cooking, because usually the scale is too small for how the AFDB works. I think I'm just going to talk about a couple more things and then maybe leave it for some questions, and of course, moving on to the stories, which I'm really excited to hear. So the second last one I want to talk about is linking and learning. I think civil society holds a lot of knowledge. They have a lot of networks. Civil society is constantly in touch with the government, with the development banks, with multilateral development organizations, with media, with researchers, with citizens. So civil society is basically talking to everybody. And I think when coordinated well, there's actually such a good opportunity to leverage on that and make sure that, you know, the right arm knows what the left arm is doing when it comes to the national development strategies, when it comes to clean cooking. A lot of times we've seen duplication or projects that maybe are not necessarily complementary to each other. And I think that when done well, when there is, for instance, working groups that involve all these stakeholders, civil society is also able to engage them outside of these groups, then it can really be a way to actually stimulate the increase or the uptake of clean cooking by communities. And I think finally, I just want to talk about how people perceive clean cooking. I've talked about the political element, but I also think that sometimes when we talk about clean cooking, we don't have that sense of urgency behind it that it deserves. We are losing people every day because they don't have access to clean cooking, especially as noted before, it particularly affects women and children. This is really an urgent issue. And I think where civil society can also come in is to really change that framing, to get that urgency behind it. We should be seeing, I think, much more action than we are around clean cooking, and supporting movements, supporting citizens to actually frame this as a human rights issue, as a development issue, and not just as an issue of access, which is just as important, but it goes beyond that. And it's critical for us to really see that drive behind it. So I think civil society can play a key role in not only changing the narrative, but supporting these movements. I think we want to have a movement for clean cooking as active as, let's say, the women's rights movement, as active as the movements around addressing some of the health issues that we've had in Kenya, for instance, around malaria. And it's not a competition. I just think that we can do more as the clean cooking sector, and especially as civil society. So I'll keep it there for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can have 2 questions. Only 2 questions. Okay, Iman.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting especially the use of a political figure as the face of the movement. I feel that that is pretty effective in majority of the campaigns that we've seen. Maybe we know that the CSOs are sort of the watchdogs or the custodians of ensuring policy is implemented. What are the challenges that CSOs come up against in trying to highlight, to ensure the implementation, as was highlighted by the person speaking on policy, brought out the barriers they face, as well as the innovators. From the experience of the CSOs, could you highlight some of these barriers?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. I think there is a lot of barriers that civil society face when it comes to, some of these conversations around influencing, around changing how projects are done. I would say one of the major barriers is that when it comes to there's always people who are powerful and people who are less powerful. And I think when you look at some of the key stakeholders, civil society is not among one of the most powerful. So you're always fighting to get your foot in the door so that you can be involved in those discussions. And I think it's very easy for stakeholders in power, for let's say if it's governments or the financiers, to actually have these discussions without even once ever needing to involve civil society. So a lot of the times, and less so now I would say, but a lot of the times you're still trying to push down that door to get into the space to actually have those conversations and bring up those concerns. I think a lot of other points is that because civil society is not involved in a lot of these discussions, we end up having to be reactive rather than proactive. Maybe I can give an example of the tax which was instituted in 2020. So the National Treasury decided that they would tax solar products and clean cooking products. And I know that we did a lot of lobby and advocacy on that, led by CCAK, but involving a lot of other civil society. But of course, the problem was that by the time you're trying to do this, it's already passed. You can't change it now, right? So you are actually reactive and you are not able to effect change as much. So I think that's part of the issue. And I think I also usually see it as short-sighted because, as I said, civil society has a lot of insight. And of course, the way that maybe we approach issues might not be the same way as other people, but these perspectives are all valid. And I think having more perspectives will only make your strategy stronger. So I usually say when you involve civil society, things will probably go smoother than if not. And having them at the end isn't as good as having them from the beginning, giving that feedback all the way through.
One more question, comment? Crispus, any comments from the online virtual participants? Or Pasi?
Unfortunately, we don't have any questions. Actually, we have a lot of comments that have come in. So maybe I can just take
if she can get us.
Can you hear me?
I think.
Hello?
Okay, Martin.
As they read that, thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, why do you think the civil society is either not involved or they have to be reactive? Is it by design or is it by default?
Wow, now we're getting very into tricky waters. I think sometimes there's a tendency for people to kind of default to say like, well, if this is the country with a project and this is the financier, to think like these are maybe the only people that should be involved in the discussions. I think it's not only civil society that is left out. We also see that citizens usually are not involved in these processes again until after everything is approved. And then when the project is coming, that's when they're sensitized rather than being involved from the beginning and actually being able to steer what they would want as a community in terms of renewable energy and especially clean cooking. I don't want to say like necessarily it's always by design. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, but I think in the end, we say it in other places, but impact matters more than intent. So whether you did intend to leave out civil society or citizens or not, by leaving them out, you are affecting, I think, even how would your project actually work? Will your project be received well? Will people actually take up these technologies that you're facing? And I think for me, that should be the critical thing and why we should be trying to harness all these different kinds of expertises as we're developing strategies and not at the end and being reactive.
Yeah. Pasi, you can go next. Comments or questions, and then you can introduce the next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me? Just checking. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Is it working? Great, perfect.
Yes.
I was just saying we have a few questions that have come in. So Mujere from Zimbabwe is saying, how can we have clean cooking using dirty energy sources, e.g. Wood, which is smoking? So I guess that's an energy transitions question in terms of clean cooking. So maybe it's a question of how can we transition from the wood, which is easily affordable and also cheap for a majority of the people, into a more cleaner source. So I'll just pose with that question first.
Thank you. And I think that's also, again, a question that's maybe not easily answered in like a 1 minute time frame. There's been a lot of research into understanding how can we change this. I know that the Kenya household clean cooking sector study found that, of course, there's various reasons why people will stick to the 3 stone. For instance, it has the dual purpose of both cooking and warming the house, right? So, and again, firewood is usually free for many people in these rural communities. You're not paying for this. So it's not an easy question, because to tell somebody, well, you were getting fuel for free and it's warming your house, and now you have to switch to a different kind of appliance, which you have to buy, then you have to buy the fuel all the time. And of course, the fuel is hardly ever as readily available as if we talk about, let's say, charcoal. If I want to walk out and buy charcoal, it's very easy for me to walk just a few meters outside where I live and get very many charcoal vendors. If I want to buy briquettes or pellets or whatever it is, it's much more of a challenge. You have to go to a supermarket, or you have to, and of course you're buying in bigger quantities. I can buy charcoal for as much money as I have that day, but pellets or these other things, you're buying in bigger quantities. So this is, I think, something that the entire global community should be focusing on, seeing how can we address this. And of course, there's different ways we can do this. I always hear sometimes people saying subsidies mean something isn't sustainable. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that for something as important as this, there should be subsidies to support communities, especially rural communities, poorer households, to be able to access clean cooking without seeing an impact on their finances, because otherwise, how will you make that change? Of course, again, combined with behavioral change, awareness, and again, a long-term strategy on that. And really focusing on the impacts that it has on health, on the environment. Of course, in terms of time, there's a cost implication, even though it's not financial cost, to going out to collect firewood. And we've seen the disproportionate impact this has on women and children. So I think there has to be a concerted effort by all the players. Even the technology should be more readily available, no matter how rural you are. But I think everybody has to work together on this, and the financing has to reflect the needs of the citizens, not just the needs of the project implementers. Yeah.
One final question for you, Maimuna, if that's fine. It might be a very short one and an interesting one that has come in. Could the civil society have more impact by being less civil?
You know what? I actually definitely think that. I also think, again, because civil society is so diverse, we can play these different roles, so you can have a discussion together on what you want to achieve, and some people can be less civil and some people can be more civil, and you can have, all these, it's like a rainbow of all kinds of civil society. And in the end, as long as we're working together and really communicating with each other, and maybe avoiding a lot of the issues we hear around civil society, where there's a lot of fragmented movements, a lot of people approaching the same stakeholders saying different things because we haven't strategized, we haven't discussed what we want to say, we haven't discussed what we want to achieve. If we are to do that and really agree on one line, then we can use all the strategies that we need to achieve what we have to. But that requires civil society to start to talk to each other and to engage with each other. But yes, we should definitely be a bit less civil.
Thank you, Maimuna. Thank you so much. And I think that
if I
yes, go ahead.
This one is not working.
Sorry, I think someone had a question in the room. If not, our next speaker online is ready to present. Okay, David, go ahead briefly.
Not a question as such, but just maybe to emphasize on something that Maimuna has mentioned, that clean cooking has not been prioritized, and it needs to, and civil society has to play a certain role. How it does it can be diverse, but one of the things that the barriers that need to be addressed, one is on affordability. So the subsidies are critical to that, and incentives for investment, because we need to make these solutions accessible to people. We need East Africa to reach out to the whole of this country, COCO networks and others who are offering solutions. And that needs incentives for investment to come in. Then we need to understand the behavior of consumers. So, because it's not as simple as solar, because I think the mistake that most people make is to compare the clean cooking market to that of solar. You know, lighting someone's house is very transformative in itself, and it creates an impact immediately. If you leave a solution, a solar solutions in someone's house, they more or less buy into it immediately. If you come and take it away, they will tell you, no, what do I need to do? And you can propose a financing scheme. That is not the case for clean cooking. Clean cooking requires you to more even train and engage the community or the users a bit more. And until we fully understand the behavior issues, the cultural issues around clean cooking and its adoption, then adoption or the use becomes a challenge. So I think it needs to be, the solution needs to be researched a bit more, especially in terms of awareness, because as when Eddie was presenting, a lot of people are questioning about how to cook with it and whether it can cook with it, whether it can cook. So information even among people within the sector seems to be lacking. So we need to enhance that. You can imagine the mama down there who has no access to these digital platforms and can learn these things. So how do we break it down to that level? And one of the ways that we've been trying to pilot is the use of the household air pollution manual that has been developed by the sector for the Ministry of Health. This is to train community health workers and volunteers who will then become champions and will propose these solutions and can train users or households on these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. And it's such a pleasure hearing from the director of the Clean Cooking Alliance himself. Thank you for that, David. Emily, I'll just check with you if we are ready for the next speaker and if I can go ahead and introduce her to make her presentation.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So this morning we're going to be joined by Monica Goldberg. She's the Senior Renewable Energy Specialist at the Green Climate Fund. So we're supposed to have this presentation earlier, but we're having it at a timely time when we have discussed all the other barriers. And she is joining us virtually and will be making her presentation virtually as well. So Monica Goldberg, I'm just going to check if you are there, if you can hear us. Sorry.
Good day, good morning. I can hear you very well. I think now I'm unmuted, but the host has stopped my video, I'm told, so maybe that's something.
Oh my God, okay. So the technical team is working on resolving that. Also, Monica will be sharing her presentation with us. So maybe tech team, you might wanna make her the host and she can be able to share both her video and the presentation. Thank you, Chris.
I'm told that she can share. She can go ahead and try opening her video.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
let me just try. I'm trying now to be quick and flexible here to just show my screen. And if you don't see my face, maybe that's bearable. Oh, there I am. Good day. So thank you for bringing me into this very interesting conversation. I would like to have my my slideshow mode. So give me just another second. So this.
So if you click on just after on your left side, there's the icon with the play in the middle. It looks like a screen. No, just after that, no, on the other side of your screen. Just go up at the very top where you have the orange bar. You have the screen with the play in the middle.
Okay. There.
Would you like me to share the presentation for you, ma'am?
Yeah, maybe that's better. I'm sorry for this. Yes.
No problem. Great. Sorry.
So I stop sharing my
participants,
screen.
Yes, please. No problem. It happens all the time. So here we go.
Thank you so much. So my name is Monica Gullberg. I'm the Senior Renewable Energy Specialist at the Green Climate Fund. This fund is placed in South Korea. In a different time zone, but today I'm talking from Europe. So the Green Climate Fund, if you didn't hear of us earlier, we are the world's largest climate fund. We are set up by the UNFCCC to serve the Paris Agreement, and we support developing countries to transition towards a low emission climate resilient society, which of course includes the energy sector. Please move on. So these are our 8 impact areas. And I would like, if you can click once again or twice again, while we do have like 8 different result areas, we have reduced emissions in different sectors, including energy, generation and access, transport, buildings, cities, industries and appliances, but also forest and land use. So 3 of them, I would say, are definitely linked to energy. And on the resilience side, where we work with increased resilience to climate change, we have vulnerable societies, we have health, and we have ecosystems. But then I would say very relevant for the energy sector is the resilient infrastructure, where the infrastructure as such is actually also threatened by climate change to some extent. Please move. So about our portfolio and our portfolio targets, we have a target to have 50-50 balance between adaptation and mitigation. And as you may understand or may have experienced, many of the energy projects, the renewable energy projects, tend to report more on mitigation than on adaptation, so which is somehow challenging for the portfolio balance. We do want to, of course, be better than we were in the first replenishment period, which is called IRM. We started in 2015, and that period is ended, and we're in a new period, and we want to exceed results. We have an ambition to supply at least 50% of our adaptation fundings to small island developing states, least developed countries in Africa. So we had in our previous period almost 70%, and we are trying to hold that figure high. So one of the other aims that we have is to significantly increase our funding to the direct access entities. I'm sorry for the abbreviation. You know, the GCF works with accredited entities and partners. And some of these are international development banks or bigger organizations. But what we're saying here is that we're really urging to work with the direct access entities, such entities that are regional or national that are accredited to work with the GCF.
When I look at the different steps that you have to take when you conduct the analysis, is that
okay? We also want to. Okay, that's fine. You can move on. So from the energy access and power generation angle, which is one of those 8 result areas that I showed you earlier, and this is the one also that I work with and can tell you more about. We've identified 3 important pathways. They are very general, of course, and you will not be surprised, but still they are framing our ambitions here. So one of the pathways, of course, is to provide or support the more low emission energy generation with the focus of modern renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, geothermal, hydro. Oh, sorry, geothermal is not renewable, but hydro and wave energy. The other pathway is to support efficient and reliable transmission, distribution, and storage, investing in grids flexibility, storage, but also in distribution. And one of the challenges here, as I think many of you know, is to have the ability to include more and more renewable energy and variable renewable energy. We also have a priority pathway on promoting access to clean energy. And we do include also cooking here and heating in some countries. And off-grid solutions, mini-grids, and other off-grid solutions are included. So thank you, move on. This is me then trying to give you some examples. I don't think you have to click everything, you can stop there. Just giving you some examples of what would be then maybe the priority actions within these pathways and in East Africa within the coming few years that we're talking of when we're developing new proposals. I think we should continue enable investments in variable renewable energy and reliable renewable energy, and also more proactively address the shift. So we do have to think of the minimized dispatch of existing fossil-based low power plants. And we have to work with utilities, independent power producers, and off-grid suppliers to find solutions where increased use and investments of renewable energy is made possible. Please click. So the fund has many financial instruments. We have public money, basically. We have loans, guarantees, and we can also provide equity. But one of the more important things that we can do, in many countries where you have a functioning private sector market, is to provide public money for enabling leverage of private capital, and to some extent also challenge the PPAs that exist, and that might slow down the shift in some cases. Yes, please. I think it's very important that we also look at energy as a service solution for other sectors and start create structured dialogues and demand-based pre-industrial procurement and purchaser groups. I did listen to your previous discussion on cooking, for example. This is an area where access isn't easy, and I think we need really to start working more on from the demand side and have structured dialogues and understand the channels, technical challenges, but also the communication challenges and financial challenges. And then moving on to climate resilient infrastructure, there is a lot of development in this area, and I think what we should do for East Africa and climate finance is to start quantify the climate resilient infrastructure aspects, and because then the adaptation funding and potentially also following up on COP26, loss and damage funding can be used to invest in grid infrastructure and not only mitigation funding. Please click. The other thing coming from COP26 would be an increased possibility and interest to create voluntary carbon markets, where some of the investments that are required are difficult to capture in single IPPs or even in public investments. So there can be a possibility to structure investment in supply and auxiliary technologies through voluntary carbon markets, which I think will be very interesting. So yes, thanks for moving on. So I'm moving now to the transmission, distribution, storage, and flexibility pathway. So here again, I think it's important that the public money is used together with private money for sharing the risk in investments in grid capacity and flexibility, also including power plants' more flexible operation. So you have private power plant owners who can be incentivized or nudged to be more flexible. But you also have big loads, big end users like big industries, mines, and so that can also be contributing to the grid capacity and flexibility. Move on. We need to look for more investments in storage, pump storage, battery storage, hydrogen storage, and together try to identify the financial gaps and market failures in this area to try to include these solutions in the different business models and investments models that we have. Thanks. So we also need to have more proactivity in creating power trade and minimized curtailment of variable renewable energy power plants, so that we can actually use the installed power better and minimize curtailment. So here I brought in one project example, which is responding to these above challenges. It is the World Bank and GCF funding the World Bank together with 7 countries, 6 of which are in Africa, and Kenya is also part of this Sustainable Renewable Risk Mitigation Initiative. And in short, the program aims to support the governments to invest in grid and prepare sites for renewable energy utility scale power plants, sites, grid capacity, land rights, and other auxiliary, I can say, investments and preparatory investments before the private sector would find it attractive to invest in power plant and bid. So it can be bidding, it can be auctions. It's a little bit different between different countries, but the program aims to facilitate the move forward. And it does also include off-grid solutions in some of the countries. So I think that's a good example. You can reach out and ask me more if you wish. So let's move to the third pathway on access here. I think one of the areas where we have to work a bit or get back a bit to basics is actually to provide more access through distribution and network extension. This was so common, the only solution before we had the off-grid market. And now we have the off-grid market. I still think it's relevant because we still have a lot of people living under the grids without being connected. So there's still a challenge here. Please move on. But then, of course, we do have this off-grid sector, which we should also support. And I think the way for this to move forward and transition is to work more on energy as a service, which would then mean that you don't only provide electricity, but you also provide tailored services towards the agriculture sector, towards the industrial sector, transport sector, and many other sectors where the off-grid solution can really be a viable option if it's well tailored. Thank you. Move on. And like I heard you were talking, I think it's continuously important to support access to energy for heating and cooking, not only electricity, but and in Africa specifically, cooking is still a challenge. And here I think we should probe for innovative design and forward-looking service offerings. So in the sector, it's been many decades we've been talking about efficient cook stoves and women-led initiatives and saving time for girls and women. I think there is a lot of dialogue that can happen here, where it can be also men involved in cooking, and the household challenge is more holistically viewed, like you mentioned, with indoor pollution, but also in the design of housing and the design of the food value chain. Maybe we can have more houses designed for electric cooking, for example. Yes, and in the off-grid supply, the way we can support this sector from climate financing point of view is mostly through covering risks, because the way it has evolved in many, at least in East Africa, but also increasingly in entire Africa, is that there is a demand and there is a supply option. So the market is close to working, and we shouldn't be over subsidizing or hindering this market to evolve, but we should rather be supporting the risks and some of the gaps in the viability properly, including supporting the end users. So, and another point here, which also talks to our ambition to have mitigation and adaptation balance, is that when we provide access to energy, we must start thinking of that this is also delivering on climate adaptation. It's delivering on food security, it's delivering on resilience to shocks, storms. Now, storms maybe is not an issue in East Africa yet, but for sure heat stress will become an issue over the coming decades. So by providing access to electricity, it's also contributing to adaptation, and we should start to quantify this rather than just go for mitigation funding. So I just brought in some few pictures here to make you to awake your associations on why electricity is also contributing to climate adaptation impacts. And I mentioned food security, irrigation. Typically, the heat stress and the insecurity in rainfall is a consequence of climate change, and people struggle to adapt to this in many areas, and it's for their resilience to climate change. So there's no reason why it shouldn't be quantified in climate finance. Thank you. That's from me. Yeah, that's all, and I'm happy to have your questions or comments.
Maybe we can have some, sorry, Percy. Maybe we can have some questions or reactions coming from the room, and then we can go to Percy. Jabri?
Yeah, thank you for the question, for the presentation. I just have a quick question, because the GCF is famously or infamously known for being so bureaucratic. It takes 2 years to get approval. You have to go through an accredited institution. So I was just wanting to ask your opinion. What do you think would allow for GCF to move away from that strict bureaucratic processes towards being more maybe nimble, maybe flexible, and meeting stakeholders where they are at? So for example, the piping, if it goes via an accredited institution such as IUCN, which it represents many governments, how it exists at maybe a meta level, and the grassroots never, the true grassroots never really see the impact. So maybe would GCF be open to considering micro grants, which the impact is actually the quickest. You feel the impact of a micro grant instantaneously, and maybe you could cluster the micro grants. This is not suggesting, just a suggestion from top of my head, but also wanting to hear your reflections on the flexibility, how to move away from business as usual bureaucracy towards real impact, because from COP27 onwards, it's the implementation phase now of the Paris Agreement. So yeah, thanks. Over to you.
Thank you. I don't think I captured your name, but I do appreciate your question, and it's a concern also from our end. It's really a concern. Now, I would say, you mentioned like IUCN, which is still an international organization. So one of the goals I also mentioned is to work more with direct access entities, which is then local entities and local commercial banks, which would be more anchored locally. The other thing I would like to mention here, when you talk about the long lead process for getting grants, I'm not sure I can promise that we could move away from that. Maybe we could cut it down a bit. But what I would like to say is that during this process, there is readiness funding and there is project preparation funding, which really aims to what you mentioned, the clustering, the development of something that can be scalable. So, so that, for example, a commercial bank or other organization, local organization that do have the dialogue with the end users can be, that money can be channeled down to them, and then we can still have this rigorous climate follow-up, because that is a challenge, and that is a challenge with climate financing, that because we are following up on the on the UNFCCC Paris Agreement, we do have to keep the climate resilience, climate mitigation, and if we cannot monitor and report on that, we are sort of out of business. So I think this is what makes it sometimes a little bit bureaucratic. Like I mentioned, food security. Of course, there are many good projects working for the sustainability of agriculture and the increased diversification of farmers and so forth, and which we applaud, but before it can be reported as a climate project, it has to include also climate rationale and monitoring, which brings another dimension to it and takes some time often to develop and settle. So I would say, please come for a dialogue also with us. We are happy to have a dialogue. It's country driven. We cannot sit in Korea and come up with your project ideas. It has to come from you and your accredited entities and your NGAs. But I do understand it's difficult. So before you write too long proposals, give us a call, so to say, and discuss what can be workable and how we can support you to provide, to develop a good proposal.
Okay, great. Thank you. One more question and then we go to Percy. If there are none, Percy, you can take over.
None coming online yet, but there are some questions that came in through the registration link. And I think a majority of the questions were anchored towards what Jabri asked about access to microfunds. And we know the Green Climate Fund partners with accredited institutions. And because our dialogue for this retreat is focusing on Kenya, the KCB Bank happens to be the only accredited bank that receives funding for such initiatives in the national context. Just wondering whether you can you have any insight as to what that resourcing and access to it, and whether there have been barriers. We have recognized that there are a few innovations and projects that are especially related to green energy, especially those that are youth started and youth led, that usually do not qualify based on the partner standards to be able to access this funds. And maybe just to understand, and not just the youth innovators, but there's also other private sector players that can seek this fund to support their renewable initiatives. How is the GCF working together with the accredited institutions to kind of try and limit those barriers that also to accessing this financing that then kind of hinders propelling the uptake of renewable solutions from a financing barrier perspective? Thanks.
Well, thank you for this very well articulated question. And I don't know, KBC, I think you're in the session here. So I cannot comment on the specific proposals because I have not been reviewing those proposals specifically. We did have last week, or was it 2 weeks ago, we did have this direct access entity dialogue for Africa. I think KBC was then also invited with the aim to create a dialogue. And one of the things that we talked about there is exactly what you mentioned on the private sector side. It is overwhelming if you are a private sector investor to be asked to come up with a climate rationale referring to 30 years of climate data and projections and describe the whole investment in terms of how am I actually contributing to climate. That's overwhelming. And in many other markets, I would say what we can do, KBC, GCF, and others, is to try to simplify the understanding of the causality so that you have something like benchmarking values, you can have labeling, or you can have other, how can I say, product verifications. That means a private sector can opt for certain solutions or investments with the notion that this is underbuilt by an analysis that I don't have to do myself every time. There is a framework, there is an understanding within the market about how this contributes to climate change. I think that's where we have to work together with the AEs. It can be through developing credit lines and providing specific metadata together with your local statistics or other, based it on different other market data that you already have. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'll just check back with you, Emily, whether there's any other questions from the room. Otherwise, our virtual audience, there are no comments from our end. I'll just check with you.
I have a question.
Great, go ahead.
No, time is not on our side, but maybe they can also be answered remotely. I mean, also, but one I think is I had a question on how easily accessible these funds are. I think that has been answered. The other one is on whether it's possible to have conditions for government to access this money, because as much as you're supporting projects, or whether in mitigation or adaptation, sometimes the enabling environment in country like in Kenya sometimes does not support the sector, say like the policies to increase taxes on renewable energy, among others. So if the GCF can also put it as a precondition for access, especially for the national entities, the national treasury, before accessing the money for their preparedness and all that, they should put in place an enabling environment. Maybe some more, if you can elaborate more on the carbon markets, because this is critical to the access, because it's usually the carbon markets or the funds from these markets will support or address issue of affordability, or goes to reduce the prices of these products. For example, I didn't get clearly what the GCF is doing on that. And just out of curiosity, whether you have local presence in the country, and if we can get it's also for ease of engagement with the local players. Thank you.
One more question for Martin, and then you answer, and we move on to the next session.
Yeah, thank you, Monica, for the presentation. My name is Martin, as has been said. I am just concerned that recently there has been an increasing concern amongst academics and practitioners of the transboundary risks of climate change, as well as the transboundary impacts of climate response. And the Paris Agreement, which you serve, also notes that as we continue implementing climate response measures, there is a potential that these measures will also have an impact, although it doesn't qualify whether these impacts will be harmful or beneficial. But you've also mentioned something to do with core benefits of mitigation and adaptation. I'm just concerned whether you are also considering the core risks where actions within a particular project or within a particular sector could pose risks to another sector, just as the way they could have benefits to another sector. So how is GCF, for instance, ensuring that the impacts of these climate response measures do not cause risks to other sectors, either close or far off, and whether there are mechanisms within the GCF to consider these transboundary risks, which I'm calling core risks, as opposed to core benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. So I answer that, yeah. Well, thank you both for these questions. I would start with the first question here on government conditions for governments and then enabling environment, and also a question on what GCF is doing locally. Now, bringing me back to some fundamental messages from GCF, we don't put conditions or how can I say, eligibility criteria, because we do work with NDAs. So what the NDAs gives us a priority is something that we will investigate. We will not sort of preempt these solutions before the NDA comes up with a solution to us. Having said this, I do see, and we also do see, that it may be required with some more readiness in different sectors, because the readiness that we have provided so far is mainly on the financial management side and or funds management and general climate understanding. Whereas if you want to move to transitioning the energy sector, for example, we do understand that you need to have more readiness in terms of master planning. You need to have a readiness in terms of enabling factors within the regulation and Electricity Act. And also you have to have a preparedness when it comes to land use issues. So I would say, yes, please do come up to us with your reflections on what type of readiness you would need locally in order to be set. It can be statistics, it can be capacity building, it can be investment prospectus building. I think these are important areas that do not contribute exactly, I mean, to impact in the first years, but they are preparing the market. So rather than conditions, I would say, yes, we would support the enabling environment, either in terms of readiness or project preparation funds, but also as technical assistance in projects. So you can have a project working with renewable energy, and in addition to that, training ministries in procurement or auctions or anything related to the investment. GCF, what is GCF doing locally? I'm sorry to say I might be not well prepared to answer that exactly fully, but I do know that we, for example, we've been contributing to the Acumen, which is a equity fund supporting the off-grid sector. So our money has trickled down to many of the local off-grid sectors, providing, pay-as-you-go energy, and so we've had funds, specifically now after COVID, with equity contribution for the liquidity of these companies, which is not micro scale, but is really tangible, supporting those companies to survive and continue providing their services to their customers. So I would say it's rather tangible, and I think that was also fairly quick. But maybe you don't really always see this, because you would see them Mobisol, Copa and the others, and maybe they don't tell you where they got the funds from. They may come from trickling down from I think in this case from social investment fund through Acumen. I'm not 100% sure of this the way money came down, but so that's one thing we've been doing anyway. We've been supporting the off-grid sector rapidly here. So moving on to Martin and to the transboundary impacts and other impacts. Maybe what you mentioned here is actually one of the reasons why it can also take some time, because yes, we do regard the transboundary impacts, and it's an obligation we have. We have fairly extensive social and environmental safeguards. And we do also look to create jobs, for example, and we have a very strong gender policy. So we do have a thorough assessment of our projects that they should, to the extent possible, not have any negative impacts. And one of those impacts that we're really bringing to the top and which is very important for us is the potential of creating maladaptation. So maladaptation for us would be if we are pushing for a mitigation, for example, or we're pushing for a water project or a regulated river for hydro, or groundwater pumping for agriculture. If that also means that we are challenging the aquifers in that local area, we are challenging the access to water for people, or we're challenging the access to fresh water, that would be really a no-go for us. So we spend quite a lot of time to investigate these potential negative impacts, and we do have a thorough ESS policy for good and for bad. I mean, that is really for good, but it also takes more time than in many cases. I hope I answered your question.
I think his question was answered. Thank you so much, Monica, for joining us and for answering all our questions and taking our comments. If there are any more questions, we'll take them up and then you can send them to Monica for any concerns you might be having, and then we can send them back to you. Thank you so much, Monica, for joining us, and we hope you can join us for the rest of the session. I want to introduce another session where Society for International Development, in partnership with Heinrich Böll, launched or brought up a contest, a writing contest, where we involved the youths, because we found that the youth and have ideas and have knowledge, but they have no platform where these ideas can be transformed and can be communicated to. So we brought in a contest where we invited youths from the Eastern African region to come up with essays addressing the barriers to the uptake of renewable energy. And with this contest, we were able to get 16 essays coming in, and we went through the process of having them go to a jury of 5 people, or 5 experts in the energy sector, and they came up with a design of how they were able to bring up the person who was able to write a contest, an essay that actually captures the barriers in a very good way. And today we are going to be having one of the writing contest winners, and one of the writing contests one of the participants that participated in the writing contest come and present one of the essay that she was able to write and present to us. So I will invite Lynn, who was in charge of this process, so that she can be able to invite the rest of the writing contest to do their presentations. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you very much, Emily. So in the spirit of being a youth, I think we've sat down for too long. Maybe we could stand and maybe take a selfie, because that way the selfie generation, just tweet about it, put it on Instagram, or hashtags are in the group. So just like, let's just stand a little, just a little. Stretch and take a selfie with your neighbor. But I can't see your phone. No, selfie. Yes, selfie.
Looking forward to seeing those selfies on Twitter under the hashtag.
Okay, thank you, guys. The gentleman. Is that a boys' club? Are we allowed to join? Yes, thank you, everyone. I think we're a bit livelier now. My name is Lynn, as Emily has mentioned. Currently the program's trainee at Society for International Development. I think Emily said almost everything about the essays. So just a bit of addition to what she said. This competition was mostly to give a platform for the youths, just to be able to look at local emerging trends on energy, especially renewable energy, and the barriers that they have seen within their local areas or countries. And also, as she mentioned, be able to also come up with solutions and be able to think about ways to engage youths in the same area. So I could say this, most of the ACs that were presented were from Kenya. We also had submitters from Tanzania, and we also had Ethiopia. Sadly, we didn't have from Uganda, and that's a challenge to Ugandans, maybe, or if you know Ugandan from this area and you know any youth. I think if we also be able to have this in the coming year, we can be able to challenge the Ugandans to also showcase their ideas on local emerging trends. I will not take much of your time. First, I'd like to show off. These trophies are for the winners. I think you can be able to see them. Very lovely trophies. That brings me to what I really wanted to do today. Out of the 16 ACs, we had a group of 5 jurists who are able to look at all the submitted ACs and be able to come up with a list of the top 5. We also had the top 2. So yes, I think we can present on the top 5 winners. It is my pleasure, based on the jurist remarks as well, to announce the top winners of the East African Writing Contest 2021. And these are the winners. So as you've seen, we have Muhammad Said from Ethiopia. We have Emmanuel Q from Kenya. We have Rachel Osoro from Kenya. And we have Joseph Gibigi from Kenya, and Elizabeth Odondi from Kenya. So one more round of applause, please. We had several ideas. The only thing I'm glad mostly about is the gender, what's this thing called, balance with the winners. So I'm not being feministic or anything. So yes, and we also had Mohammed, who was able to actually be the top winner for this essay this year from Ethiopia. And I think that's a good side to be able to actually hear new ideas from Ethiopians also. And despite them not being in this room currently, they're able to also represent their ideas from across. So I want to give the next session to one of the jurists, Mr. David Arinze, if he can be able to hear us. So he can be able to present just a general summary of all the ideas that are presented from the submitters, and also be able to maybe tell us what are the barriers that maybe he saw from the local emerging trends that were presented within the essays. So David, can you be able to hear me?
I can hear you very clearly.
Great, everyone. Maybe you could turn on your video so we can be able to see you.
Okay, I've been trying to do that, but I guess I can't because I think the host needs to enable that.
Just give us a second, we're working on it. But meanwhile, I just have to mention David was the head of the team of jurists, and I think it's he is also an energy expert and works in the energy field as well in Nigeria. And I think being able to actually have a presentation based on the jury's remarks, and then we'll also give a chance to one of the AC submitters to be able to present on her ideas, will also give us a show of what we're missing among the youths as well. So David, maybe you can try your video now. And just to highlight, I may have missed this, we also had submissions from the West African countries. We had from Ghana and Mali. And I think that's something maybe going forward we can look into, maybe expanding into West African countries also, because I think youths are also very curious about this energy space, and we may not just limit to East Africa. Maybe going forward, we can also promote into other countries. David, I can give you this opportunity. We can just start as we sort out the video issue. So welcome.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Lynn. Also, warm greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining this very important event, and also a lot of kudos to the SID team for putting this together in partnership with the Heritage Bowl Foundation. I must say that we're really delighted. I hope you can see me now. Okay, great. I think it works. I must say that we were so delighted to have taken such an important role in going through the various essays to see what the perspective of the youth, what the youth are saying, what the youth think about energy transition, clean energy, what the barriers are, and what the likely solutions could be with relation to the various contexts. Just like as rightly said, we received various essays from a number of East African countries and non-East African countries, but the purpose of this engagement, we narrowed down the winners to be top performers from the East African region. And yes, we had Mohammed, Emmanuel, and permit me to use, so Rachel, Joseph, and Elizabeth emerge top performers. Congratulations to you all again. And I must say that having reviewed all the essays, I would say that there's really no, everyone was a winner, because you could see from in one way or the other that the youth showed passion for the sector, showed some level of resilience, showed some level of research and insight into what is currently ongoing, with regards to energy transition in their local context, and so I really hope that this is not just going to be a one-off, and that this would also serve as a catalyst to and motivation as well to have in many more youths share their perspective, share their voices, share their insights, spend their time to add towards ensuring that the SDG 7, the Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is to achieve clean and affordable energy for all, is being achieved. And so I would just like to say that from the essays, we saw various diverse backgrounds. We saw participants write about energy access, as it relates to electricity access. We also saw essays around clean cooking, and also the need to look at other environmental factors. So we saw various sectors which are being captured. And while I would be careful not to give you some more details or some more in-depth details, not to take our time of each participant's essay, I would like to say that the good news is the top performing essays are going to be published. I think this is a good place to clap. Awesome. Thank you. So the top performing essays are going to be published, and so watch out for that, because I bet you that you would see some mind-blowing and really transformative ideas that have been effectively captured by the youths who participated in the contest. Having said that, one thing that I would like to mention to members in this room is, once you get the link, to where the essays have been published, kindly share with all your networks, because when those who were allowed to participate in this contest between the ages of 18 to 35, and once youth see that these kind of opportunities exist and see the possibilities of what have been captured in these various essays or these various publications, it could serve as an opportunity to inspire a new generation of change agents, a new generation of leaders, and so it's very important, that once this is received, kindly share for those who are currently in the room and those who are joining us online, because really we need all hands on deck. We need everyone to bring in their A game in order to ensure that we achieve energy access. We don't have any other world, and climate change is real. It's a real problem that we need to ensure that we put in all the efforts, our concerted efforts to address, and so initiatives like this are literally welcome, because it literally can point us in the direction, and even point governments in the direction of which that they should go, and having said that, I don't want to take this longer than I have said. Congratulations to the winners, to Mohammed for leading this. Kudos to you, to Kiwi Mano. Kudos to you as well, to Rachel Osoro, Joseph Gitingi, and Elizabeth Odondi. Congratulations to you all. You all are winners, and we really wish you the best, and we look forward to more participation from much more countries, with regards to the East African contest, and possibly, who knows, the organizers may choose to expand the regions for next year. Fingers crossed. But super congratulations to everyone again, and thank you all for listening to me. Lynn, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you for your motivation and also your wise words as well. I think anyone who would also like to partner has been challenged here. I am not looking at anyone in particular. So yes, I hopefully in the coming year, we will be able to have even a larger region, particularly in this essay competition. So David did not wish to give you insights on each individual essays, but then since I'm nice, I decided to at least, let's just give you just one person to at least give you an insight on what they wrote, so you can also be able to see and be able to actually have something to look forward to when they are actually published. So sadly, I will start with apologies from Mohammed. He was to join us virtually, but he had a technical hitch and was not able to actually be part of this conversation today. He sent his apologies. So I'll let the lady of the room, in terms of essays, I know you're wondering who. So I'll give this chance to one of the top 5 essay winners who's with us in this room. And I'm so sure no one has actually noticed, but that's humility. So Elizabeth, welcome to the floor, and we can be able to hear about what you had to present to us. Karibu.
Hi everyone. So my essay is okay. So let me just give you a backstory. So I saw the call for the essays, and a week later, I didn't think of it. I didn't think anything. So a few days, just put it down. I'm not going to present from the, yeah, because of time. So when I saw it, a few days later, I went home from work, and then I used a jiko. So then I remembered, by the way, there was an essay talking about energy. And let me just say that the jiko was an energy saving jiko. So yeah, let's just put that there. And I thought to myself, we talk of energy, and it's not something that is common to many. As a youth, I'm not in the energy space. I'm in gender democracy. So it was interesting, and I thought I'd give my perspective. So just to ask you guys and to make this interactive, how many of you have jikos at home? Are they energy saving? They are? Maybe not. Yeah. So yesterday we talked about we talked about data, and when you think of data, we think of it as something very complex. But within this room, we can actually get data for ourselves just by seeing how many of you use jikos. It's embedded in culture. You know, as much as we can have policies and have, try to go to the community, we always go back to culture. I live in Embakasi East, and in my place, there's a woman that sells beans, githeri, njugu, and most of these people use jikos. And so how do we then tell this person who's used this jiko for a while not to use it? Because this is the cheapest source of energy for this person. So how then do we try and change the culture around the use of charcoal and wood fuel? Yeah, so anyone has an idea? How can we remove culture? How can we change culture? Because that is the major issue. As much as we'll have policies, how then can we change culture? Anyone?
I think I can say in terms of influence, because you find that for me, we use energy jiko simply because my mom saw someone else use energy jiko and she was saving. So in terms of maybe influence, once you start getting a particular group of community to start using it, it kind of flows to every single other person. And if you also are able to meet the needs of this cultural needs, for example, they're able to cook their githeri with maybe less amount of charcoal that they used before. That's part of how you can be able to kind of like change the wave of culture.
Yeah. So as she says, Lynn says, it's all about community. So even as we try and create policies around these issues, we have to go back to the community. Has anyone gone to maybe Embakasi East and tried and talked to those Mama Njugu, Mama Githeri, and told them, this is why we want to change this? We keep saying sustainable, but as per the common wananchi, what is sustainable? To them, sustainable is, can I afford this source of fuel? Can it sustain my livelihood? So as much as we talk of sustainable and we talk about these terms, we have to then go to the community and try and define some of these things. Let them understand what it is. The other aspect I noticed while I was writing the article is about the gender perspective. So I work in gender democracy. And when you see most of the people that sell these things on the road, the giderius, beans, they are women. And the informal sector is actually, the women are more in the informal sector than the men. So let me just ask a question. Are there any bachelors in the room? Just a question. It's going to be an easy. Yes. So just let me ask you. It's not a setup. Have you ever bought beans kando ya barabara? Yeah. So you find that even many bachelors in Kenya, they will go to the woman along the road, buy the githeri, buy beans, buy peanuts. And so it's something that it's cultural. So we have to then look at that for us to be able to change the systems. So yeah, that's all I had to say.
Short, precise, and straight to the point. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And I think, I hope everyone's encouraged to also see the essays. We will publish them and we will be able to also send information on the same once the editorial process is done. So just something maybe I picked up from what she presented, community-based definitions on energy. So matters of affordability, matters of sustainability, matters of access. How are we defining them? Is it based on just policy and governmental, or are we defining them from community perspectives? And then there's also the cultural embedment on energy. So how are we looking at energy? What are the cultural aspects of energy actually from a community level? So I think that gives us something to think about. And I also hope this also shows how much the youth are actually engaged in one form or another with energy, and how much they're able to actually give a different insight on energy. And we're able to actually encourage such conversations within the room and within other forums. So from me, it's a very big thank you to our funders, and also to every single person who was able to help push this writing contest. The ones who shared, the ones who helped design, the ones who also wrote, the submitters as well. And I'm hoping if we're able to launch this in the coming year, we're able to have even a massive group of submitters, and also group of insights coming in from the youths. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a lovely rest of afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynn. And I think we've been challenged. Most of us talk about energy in the office. We close our laptops, go home, and do the things that we're telling people not to do. So yeah, I think it's a challenge to us. It's very true. I have just thought about it, and I talk about energy the whole day, but I go home and do the opposite. So it's a challenge to each and every one of us. So the next session, I'm going to invite Barbara. As you heard, we have an energy visit that we're going to do in the afternoon, so that she can go through what we need to do and what assignment, because I think the retreat is all about the assignments you're going to be doing the whole time.
Before you give up, what are the rules for getting in? Do we need shoes? Do we need passports? All that sort of stuff.
Yes. That's where I was going. And sorry. Oh, okay. So during the energy visit, I think we sent in a WhatsApp message. I'm hoping everyone is in the WhatsApp group. And one of the things that you have to take note of, you have to have closed shoes, if possible, rubbers or any other form of closed shoes. And also you have to have long sleeves. Oh, sorry, long sleeves. Yes, long sleeves. I think I sent this on the WhatsApp group. I can see the people who didn't. So, but when we get to geothermal, we'll be given protective clothes, that is a helmet and a jacket. But I would encourage everyone to have maybe something longer, so that when you put on those jackets with Corona and everything, and you don't know who has been wearing them. Okay, that's just from me. It's not. So, so just to make note, before we leave, make sure you have closed shoes and long sleeves.
What about ID? Do we need
You need an ID to enter. If you are Kenyan, please come with your ID or your passport. A foreigner, I don't see any other apart from Barbara. I don't know. Maybe you have. He's Kenyan. That's what I'm saying. If you're a foreigner, just come with your passport because the rates are different for the Kenyan residents and the non-residents. So please carry your IDs. Because of the amount anyway, but SID is going to take care of any charges to get into Olkaria because it's inside Hell's Gate and that is part of a park and we need to pay for KWS to get in. So thank you.
I must admit, I'm awfully tired of these masks. There we go. Thank you to Lynn and to Elizabeth and to David for your presentation on the youth. That was very, very helpful. I like that. For this afternoon and linking what we've done today with what we're seeing this afternoon. I don't know, Chris or the computer guys, can you cough up my presentation of the slides, the ERG facilitation slides, and put them on the screen? My goodness, you're way ahead of me. Then I need a clicker. So, oh my, this is very exciting. Oh, things we didn't do. Okay, let's see. Yeah. When Maimuna and Paul Lomeri, I think you were at the last meeting. And if you remember, we tried to introduce the idea of systems thinking. How do the pieces relate to each other, right? And I don't know who else, I can't, you were there or not, Jasper? I can't remember, no. So we have at least 3 of us who are at that meeting. We've heard about policy constraints, market constraints, social issues, financial issues. And what we're looking for is where's the most effective place to intervene? And I was thinking you would, when I drew this up last night, I was thinking, take each of those big, broad subjects, put something specific in each box and see how they link together. But while listening to Elizabeth in particular, and also some of Martin's comments, and also Erikite's presentation. Here we have a small business producing 300 liters a day that has a huge potential. And we have this notion that there are entrepreneurial ideas that could be very effective. So instead of doing this kind of abstract exercise, see if you as a group, and you can work in the groups you had yesterday, put in the middle of that spaghetti junction, put some entrepreneurial idea. So as a group, come up with the entrepreneurial idea. You might take the bioethanol from the water hyacinth, put that in the middle and say, what do I need in terms of policy? What do I need in terms of market thinking? What do I need in terms of finance? And draw the connections between them. What policy would support my finance? What market distribution system would support the access to society? How does social values affect the distribution I need? Look at the connections, but start with an entrepreneurial idea. So we're not looking for in the abstract, where do we intervene? We start with something we think we might be able to do. Does that make sense? And that tomorrow morning we have the whole morning to work as groups and to present as groups. And then we have this afternoon going to this big monster project, which several of us saw the last time. And this monster project is really quite stunning. How does that kind of large scale investment relate to your entrepreneurial idea? Where do they link up with each other? How can they mutually support each other? If they don't support each other, how do you how do you deal with that lack of support? So if you, and I think, Fred, you were also at our last meeting, weren't you? You were. That's what I thought. This is why I love your gray beard. It shows you the impact of what we've been doing. You see, it's aged you prematurely. So I think that we have Paul. I'm sorry, I'm so brain dead today. I can't stand it. Fred and Maimuna and myself. We've all had the experience of trying to do these systems thinking diagrams. So I think each of us should make sure that we are in a different group. And I will also drop out of my group to make sure the other groups are functioning. And you can start talking about this over lunch. You can work together this evening if you're so inclined, but we have tomorrow morning to work on these things. I think we'll convene in here. And we also wanted to do, we were thinking of doing reports on what you saw, but I think let's just stick with the systems thinking exercise. But if you wanted to take photographs and include them, but what would be ideal if you can handle it is put your presentation not on a flip chart. You might want to have the discussion on flip charts, but see if you can put it up electronically because we have time to possibly put that together. So either on paper or electronically, prepare something that you can share with everybody tomorrow. And use photographs from today if you've got any. And as you're walking around, maybe there's a next slide. I might have made some comments on that. Oh yeah. When you're thinking about human systems, and this has come up before, at the very top in faint colors, it's numbers, taxes, subsidies, material, stocks, and flow. What influences a human system most? Is it the taxes? Actually, the taxes are at the very top in tiny, faint print. You can't even see them. Is it the negative feedback loops, which means you get punished for doing something wrong? Is it the positive feedback loops, meaning you get rewarded? Is it the information flows? Maimuna was talking about how civil society is good at increasing the information flows, but how much does that actually affect the system? It does something. It's not real powerful. The rules, the incentives, the punishments, those help. The power of self-organization, that starts to become more important. That's a bit like your pinpricks of light, Paul, that you were talking about. The goals of the system, what are you trying to achieve? Over the fire last night, we were talking about, is it just to get rich is glorious? Is that the goal of the system? Or is it the well-being of all, natural and human? What's the goal of the system? And what defines that goal? And what defines that goal is the mindset, the paradigm, the beliefs we hold. There's some very powerful beliefs inside African societies that have been, the word that comes to mind is squelched. They've been suppressed, they've been denigrated, they've been demonized by the project of modernization and development and colonialism. What are those deeper values that might still have resonance? Can we summon any of those to help redefine the goals of the system and let that start to affect everything that we do? So that's just a little bit of a very short lecture on what influences a system. And our beliefs are a very, very powerful influence in the system. So think about that as you're designing things. Let's see what's next. Yeah, that was an example of what we did the last time we were in Naivasha. And that was looking at what's the system that affects affordability and the energy mix. And it was interacting loops and things that kind of get stuck, which are each one of those circles is another sort of stuckness. So on the field trip today, what I wanted you to, and we were originally thinking last night, prepare a report on the field trip, but I'd rather take that field trip experience and put it into your entrepreneurial idea and how that diagram, how that would work. But use the field trip and take photographs, write down quotations, and think about what are you noticing and what do you hear? And your assignment is not just to look at this business and this engineering, which is impressive. It's pretty staggering. But look at the natural world, because this is in Hell's Gate Park. We've colonized the park for our modern society. So look at the surrounding environment, look at the facility, which, as I say, is pretty impressive. Look at the local community. Samuel did a really wonderful paper, wherever he's hiding, on the impact on the local community of this development. What do you see? So what do you notice? What do you hear? And one of the concepts we use a lot in the SID exercises is something called the felt sense. And the felt sense is your physical reaction. When you get a twitch between your shoulder blades or a kick in the stomach, or, you know, you think, When I was a kid, I used to rub my nose whenever I was angry. You can still tell when I'm annoyed because I start scratching my nose. You know, it's where your body is telling you something that your mind has not yet understood. So what's your felt sense and be aware of it, see how you're reacting. And I don't know how many of you have understood the scenarios we published in 2018, struggles, markets, and Mitumba. Is what you're seeing reflecting any of those scenarios? Does it reflect struggles? Does it reflect Mitumba? Does it reflect, you know, does it resonate? Is it like a market story? That's more a throwaway question. So include what you're seeing in your systems diagram, if you can. Maybe there won't be a relationship, but try to include it. Yeah, what is your relationship between what you saw and how the system's going to work to support your entrepreneurial idea? And we'll think about the presentation timetable overnight, because I feel like we've lost track of our time completely. So I think we'll start presentations sometime late morning tomorrow. And so you have all the time between the field trip and late morning tomorrow to think about this and come up with what you might want to present. Because the real value of these times together is our discussions and how we work together, what we learn from each other, and what we discover that we didn't know was there to be discovered. So I think that's it. Is that clear? Any questions? Are you saying, Barbara, you're really cracked in the head? Why did you come out here? Salah? So we are having lunch at 1 o'clock. Is that right? Whoever's in charge of lunch. And you can start your discussions now, find a corner of the garden. You can prepare for your field trip. But our departure, I think, is at 2 o'clock. Is that right? Somebody will tell me. When do we depart?
We're going to assemble at 1:45.
1:45. Okay.
So we are leaving for lunch at 12:45, so that we can make it in time. So we'll have 1 hour for lunch, and then we can leave at 1:45. Sorry? There where we alighted the bus. Yes, the parking. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for now, rather than, you know, we've had a long, fatiguing morning of trying to take in a lot of information and a lot of views. So take a break, get yourself ready, and that's the assignment for late tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. That was so helpful.
Did you watch the fight? Yeah. I have a version of it. Yeah, I'll get it.
kaside ideni kasimaina nao ikana kaside ideni kasidavina kasi manyinde munaibi kasi miride una nao ikana kasi de ideni kasi manyinde kasi manyide munaibi toro miride una nao ikana kasi de ideni kasi manyide fora, kumakan jugu bɛɛ do fora. N'Ala sɔnna, Ala bɛna diɲɛ bange, ka bange na o, ka se boyi o. Yideni, ka se boyi do.
This is a typical East African home. We use wood, charcoal, and waste as biomass to fuel our homes the same way our great-grandparents did. In 2019, biomass provided roughly 80% of Eastern Africa's energy, used by 75 to 97% of people. Our current energy systems are similar to that of the 19th century. This contrasts with today's disconnected, big electricity generation projects, mostly in fossil fuels like oil, gas, and coal. These fuels are produced by 20th century technologies, which need a lot of money and leaves us with bigger debts. But the 21st century is full of limits. Everyone wants more energy for basic needs and a better life. However, population growth and our chosen development models have led to a decline of natural resources as land, water, and clean air are harder to find. We need a global energy transition that slows climate change, restores the natural world, and improves lives. So what might this energy transition look like in Eastern Africa? Here are 3 stories of what might happen in the next 30 years.
We were such opposites.
Why do you waste your breath in these protests? To develop like the Asian giants or the West, we need a lot of energy. There's no shame in adopting second-hand energy technologies since we will produce shoes, clothes, and other things here and sell them worldwide.
But times have changed. What Asia or other regions did, we cannot do now because the world won't allow it. The climate won't, the trade barons won't, and the robots won't. And what about the effect on natural habitats? That's irreversible. Can't you see?
Who cares if the grey parrot becomes extinct? It never fed anyone. People need jobs now.
And as usual, we would agree to disagree. I'm a teacher and an activist. He's an economist. We saw the world differently. It was the year 2020. My partners and I were ready to change our region's energy policies. Policies that rode on political power and money. We tried to bring change through peaceful protests, international press, and social media, but our governments responded aggressively. In the end, we had no choice. I was among the last to give in. Then my boyfriend asked,
So, will you marry me now?
Yes! As I prepared for our wedding, I followed the energy news, watching as our governments agreed to one bad deal after another. As usual, my husband saw no problem with this.
Now we are on the right path. Coal and oil are cheap, and adopting them will give us energy independence. Hydro is well established and has no greenhouse emissions, and we know how to control the risks.
Unless you count the concrete used and the way...
If it works, who cares? Having a centralized energy pool means more power for the region's cities, which are growing faster than the rural areas.
But these older technologies are only bought because they cost more than multiple small renewable systems, which suit our people scattered in rural areas. In the end, you can't be fighting all the time. Little by little, we settled into the routines of children, home, family, and work. Connection of urban households to the electricity grid ramped up, along with repeated scandals on pricing. In the slums, I noticed more tapping into the main lines. Did authorities receive kickbacks to look the other way? Maybe, maybe not. I have to admit, urban energy was better. Charcoal use in the cities reduced and some forest areas were recovering. However, rural areas and city slums were suffering. Where large projects were built, people were forced to move or left because life was too hard. The focus was on industry and urban areas, not rural agriculture. I remember the region's grand gala of 2030, when the last link of the Eastern Africa power pool was actualized. Then, we were exporting oil and manufacturing grew rapidly. Despite my earlier doubts, people are getting jobs and lives are getting better.
See? The great development dream is working.
By the end of the 2030s, would the dream turn out to be merely a mirage?
ቢሰበርም አጥንቴ ቢሰበር ደሜ ቢሆን ባህር ለስጋዬ ብዬ እናልሰጥም አገር አብርሬ ሰዋለው ከጋፋቱ መንደር አብርሬ ሰዋለው ከጋፋቱ መንደር ወንጌልን ሽፋን ሆኖ ወንጌል ሽፋን ሆኖ አገር ለማስገበር መስፍን ሽማምንቱ ሲለወጥ ገጠር ጀግና የት ይገኛል እንደዚህ ለአገር አፈር አስቀልቶ ከተፈር የሚያፉን ኢባጃ ብዬ ቢጥርም ይለፋ ኢባጃ ብዬ መስዋዕት ቢሆንም ተበደለ ምድረ ወረደበት ፍዳ ከምድር ከሰማይ ከምድር ከሰማይ አፍርሼም ቢጥልምም አፍርሼ ቢጥልም የዘር ሐረግ እንደም መጨመጥ በእልፈኝ ከእሾክ ላይ አደን አገር ተዳከመ በስንፍና ብጥር አረጋት አገረን የወርደት መደብር ማግኘትም እና ማጣትም ማግኘትና ማጣት ሲፈራረቁበት ከወገቡ ጎን